Скажете нам, коли почнеться пряма трансляція, гаразд? Ми вже в ефірі? Чудово.
Чудово. Ні, чудово.
Well, I'm trying to fix the volume. I'm not in. No. Okay, we can share one mic. Good morning, distinguished participants. We can hear the speakers, I'm sorry. No translation. No translation because there is no signal. And Serhiy Porovsky. In 4 years of ASDE existence, we have succeeded in bringing over 100 speakers, over 450 off-line participants, and 4,000 online participants. And this has been done for the sole reason. It is for the purpose of giving shape to an international network and the potential for the recovery of the country on the basis of sustainable development principles, to communicate, to make new friends and partners. We can't hear the speakers, I'm sorry.
Новитими людьми. І прогрес в Україні відбувається навіть попри повномасштабне вторгнення Росії, війну, атаки. І сюди все рівно є інвестиції. І ці інвестиції мають надзвичайно великий потенціал не тільки для нас, але і для розвитку всього світу. Також дуже варто зазначити, що такими речами є
It is also important to note that sustainable financing and the developments of sustainable financing
ідеї, тому що розвиток в майбутньому, економічний розвиток в майбутньому, він має
The future development should be grounded in community-based approach, which means that we use the capacity of our local self-government bodies and human capital. And it's also grounded in market-based mechanism, which means that we should integrate sustainable development approaches into our financial systems. Great transformations require clear and understandable tools, and that's why this fourth forum on international sustainability in Ukraine, this international two-day forum, is dedicated to sustainable green funding. And today we will have a possibility to talk to very interesting people who represent Ukrainian government, international organizations, and businesses. And each of these people will have to share something with you. We'll have wonderful panels during which you will receive interesting information. We will have the possibility to discuss, ask questions, and understand how I can help, in sustainable development of Ukraine. But before we proceed with our panels, we will give floor to the organizer of this event, the president and member of the board of Association of Sustainable Development. Yeah. Ну, все, це взагалі не чутно.
Як асоціація експертів сталого навколо ідеї про сталий розвиток та популяризацію культури сталого розвитку не лише в Україні, а й за межами. І дуже важливо для нас підкреслити те, що дійсно і цього року кількість партнерів ще більше, ніж попередні. А це говорить про те, що сталий розвиток – це вже не щось, що десь там далеко, а тут і зараз, і він разом з нами.
Well, sustainable development is not something very distant, but it's here with us. And today the focus is more on financial tools. Today, because of several factors, because in the past we used to talk about sustainable development in the context of philosophy, in the context of something we would like to see for our country for future development, but the present time corrected our approaches because we see the changes in the context, in the course of European development, and there are a lot of things that we have to take into consideration when we are talking about Ukraine's recovery, about EU integration of Ukraine. And as of today, all those aspects that are relevant to European integration in the context of sustainable development and Green Deal, everything related to regulatory policy that was amended in Ukraine, we will have a lot to discuss today about the programmatic policies and the status of their development. We will be talking about new possibilities and opportunities and challenges and barriers that we will have to overcome on this way. There will be a lot of insights, and it's my honor today to present and open not only this forum, but the products of our association developed together with the partners. And you will see the outcomes of our research of the financial market of Ukraine that we've completed recently, together with the International Financial Corporation and in partnership with the NABU and the Independent Association of Bankers of Ukraine. And we will present the result about the status of financial sector in the context of sustainable development and EU integration. That can be further development for the development of the investment system in Ukraine. We will present training programs today that we developed together with our partners, with the international organizations, various universities, business organizations, and so on. We will talk a lot about that today. And I would also like to emphasize how important for you would be to stay with us during the second day of the forum, because our mission today is not only to develop partnership relations, which is very good, but we are going to demonstrate that Ukraine is an equal partner for international organizations, for other countries and EU member states. It's extremely important to keep that message about Ukraine, about its possibilities and equal partnership. So the second day in The Hague will be dedicated to popularization of Ukraine, about sustainable development and not only wartime context. We have to change the paradigm, the perception of Ukraine. We have to support our people, support our business, support our country and develop it. And we will be able to do it only together, only in partnership. So I'm extremely grateful to everyone who joined us, who will be joining, who will join us in the future, for us to be united for the sake of our sustainable future. I thank you once again, and I wish you a fruitful and rewarding day today, full of positive emotions, and I encourage you to brainstorm so that we end this day with some positive results. Maybe we'll conclude some partnership agreements. Good mood to you and good luck.
Thank you for your words. Now that we are back offline, let us invite our speakers without wasting any more time. I understand that the schedule is very busy. Our first panel is dedicated to the Ukraine accession to the EU. Well, this panel discussion is going to be moderated by Timofey Milovanov, head of Kyiv School of Economy, and our Panelists are Mr. Sobolev, Ms. Pavlenko, who will join us online, Ms. Katerina Rashkova, first Chair of the National Bank of Ukraine, First Deputy Chair, National Bank of Ukraine. Yes, please join us right away. Mr. Maxim Lebanov, National Commissioner for Securities and Markets, and Ms. Kireeva, Deputy Minister of Environment Protection of Ukraine. Welcome and wish you every success in your discussion. Good morning. I've an open question I'd like to confront all the panelists with. Well, could we really discuss sustainability when the country is at war? Did you read the news in the morning about are we gonna be discussing green ammunitions to be used in the east of Ukraine? So how urgent this theme is? Well, it is quite appropriate. It was yesterday that we discussed it with some of our international partners. There are partners from among G7 who support green recovery or green development, so to speak. We are all aware that in the energy sector there is no point in building back what Russia has destroyed. That of course it is challenging to think that through, because if we try to calculate how much we'd need for achieve a green transition in Ukraine, you will hear we can assign $1 billion or $2 billion for you to survive in the winter. But what about green transition, Green Deal? Ukrainians will live in a new country after all, after the war is over, when the security situation has improved. So let's start thinking now, because investment needed to support green transition are massive, immense. So there is no contradiction. We will have to rebuild or build back our energy production and infrastructure. It's plus terms and conditions attendant upon Ukraine's accession to the European Union. The majority of Ukrainians support the idea of Ukraine's acceding to the European Union, and green is a central theme in our accession exercise. But of course, yes, we'll have to first prevail over the adversary in this war. Katerina, since you're a representative of the national regulator, thank you. It's a very opportune question, but let me take a broader view on it. I would subscribe to what Alexei has just said, but let's again think in broader terms. Sustainability, sustainable and responsible development in all senses of the word, not just a green economy or green energy. Whenever we say ESG, we seem to get stuck at the first letter in the abbreviation environment, but there are other letters there that we need to bear in mind and discuss today. Social responsibility, not just the responsibility before the personnel, responsibility in promoting gender equality. It is the responsibility before the social responsibility before the society at large. And this, of course, includes environment, but an important key element of social is, well, conscientious payment of taxes, zero tolerance to any attempts to evade some obligations that we all carry. So ESG is all the more important, and so far as it means redefining our own attitude, our own mindset, responsible consumption by all of us as individuals, physical persons, as it were. So again, I agree this is a very urgent theme that we all need to discuss. Well, I keep hearing this question all the time, but let me respond by asking a rhetoric question. I've been working for 15 years and always questioned whether what I have been doing is urgent. It was only when Ukraine had to resist the full-scale invasion and ponder its accession to the European Union, we started working in a consolidated manner, pursuing a common goal. We have a number of laws that were passed by the parliament that had been waiting for the moment for several years. You know, whenever there are challenges, there are new opportunities, so we have to work. And Alena, who is online, thank you, Timothy. I'm happy to be part of today's discussion. In terms of energy, this is a very important question. 5 years ago, probably many would ask, what's the problem? Everything's fine with our coal extraction, gas supplies, so what are you talking? What green technologies? But what happened during the war? And the fact that more than 50% of our generation and energy infrastructure has now been destroyed, coal generation in the first place, we experts call the situation forcible or forced decarbonization. As Alexei mentioned, once we start rebuilding, recovery, we will have to look for new options rather than coal. Now we are looking at the European Union, at the road ahead of it, study the priorities. They identify full decarbonization by 2050, or, for instance, zero emission construction. New directives make it a duty of the industry to build such buildings, and decarbonization of heating, making transportation electrical. If Ukraine becomes a member of the European Union by 2030, we will have to comply as soon as we have been given this status, and therefore we need to start thinking today in order to start speaking the same language with other members of the EU in order to achieve the goals by 2050. This year, Ukraine adopted a national climate and energy plan, a plan that every EU member state has. This plan points to what Ukraine needs to achieve in order to align the situation with that of EU. This means that the government will have to develop and adopt over 100 policies. Funding is gonna be immeasurable. Yes, we are talking about leapfrogging in order to support introduction of some of the state-of-the-art technologies that would be very helpful for the purposes of Ukraine's recovery. Where do we find money to support introduction of those new technologies? Who's gonna introduce them? This is something that we need to contemplate very seriously today in order to be able to discuss the Sustainable Development Goals by 2050. Indeed, you can judge for yourself how much what you've just heard resonates with your opinion. I have my views, but let us at least pretend and try to run this reality check. When I see people buying backup generators or the government procuring turbine generators in order to survive during this weather. No, I'm not going into a dispute, but there are different future scenarios. Maybe in the future everyone will enjoy their own nuclear power plant, mini power plant. What I'm saying is that we need to remember of two different tasks. Some say sustainability, others say let's do what we can do in order to survive the next day. I am a moderator, so I'm not to comment. I'm here to ask questions, but okay, I'm just inviting you to speak to the point rather than try and say everything gonna be fine. The regulation, wartime regulation, do you think that it is supportive of Ukraine's economic development? Again, you're likely to say yes, it does support, but it imposes additional obligations on the businesses. China, for instance, decided to disregard the majority of standards in order to reduce the cost of their production and to be able to sell cheap on the cheap. But on a more serious vein, according to some of the forecasts, we won't achieve the economic indicators by 2030. Sustainability means costlier technologies. Yes, there are requirements like that, but what impact will it have on the standards of living in Ukraine, on the retirement plans Ukrainians enjoy? I'll start with Elena, if you don't mind this time. Again, this is a question that I entertain every now and then, especially in my discussions with donors. How do we survive this winter? How do we support green recovery? These two things are not contradictory. You mentioned China. If you look at what is China doing in green technologies, let me recall, China will produce 80% of solar PV panels, monopolizing the global market. Same time, China is a monopoly in processing lots of critical materials that are used for the manufacturing of solar panels. The world is gonna be dependent in its green transition on the Chinese production, on Chinese technologies, and China is, by the way, leading in many respects as far as the renewables are concerned. So, green transition to me means that we have to kind of combine, not just procure PV panels and import them into Ukraine and call it a green transition. No, we need to think of building our own value chain so that Ukraine can use these technologies for manufacturing what the world will need in the future. And this will in turn contribute to our economic development, to our green transition, and will also help EU, which is very much dependent on the Chinese technologies and might begin to find alternative sources to meet its demand by 2050. If Ukraine is in a position to offer something in this respect, it'll certainly be very attractive for the European Union in the future.
Again, I agree with you that it's extremely expensive and complicated, and I agree that in order to build up this chain, even theoretically, Ukraine will have to face extremely complicated challenges, but without that ambition, what would we do? Thank you very much, and let's go in the back order. Yes, so I have the mic that's operational. So, Elena, yes, I agree with you. And you just said what I was going to say. So if Ukraine is able to take its place on the arena of development of new innovative technologies and become a leader, and Ukraine has that potential because we see the developments in the IT sphere and production of UAVs and drones during the wartime period. So we have all the capacity necessary to make this leapfrog. Saying about additional financial and not only financial burden on business and households, I agree with that. But on the other hand, I would like to say that when Timothy asked his question, I saw some Armageddon movies in my mind, you know, some environmental disaster, no drinking water, no normal air to breathe, all those movies. And if you remember, several years ago in some Chinese cities, people had to wear face masks because of all the emissions. So I'm saying that doing that is not cheap, but states have to do this, because coming back to the S letter in ASDE abbreviation, we have to say that our people living and working in Ukraine have to be healthy, have to be fit to continue work, create this additional value, pay taxes, give birth to children, create the labor force, which is vital for economy. Everything depends on the living conditions, on the conditions in which these people live and how confident they feel, even in physical terms. So it's very expensive, but it needs to be done. Second question, the EU has a separate program for funding financial program envisaging allocation of a large amount of money for business in order to carry out this green transition and to mitigate the load on businesses. Each individual business will have difficulty doing that on its own, and to decrease the value of this transition, we need an overarching state strategy. We have a huge gap in our budget today, and we can only rely on our international projects within the framework of Ukraine facility. Alexei will tell you more about that. Recently, the government approved the operational plan for implementation of ESG standards and principles. This is a long road and an expensive one, but we cannot avoid it if we want to preserve our country, if we want to preserve these economic labor resources. Timothy loves those terminologies. So we are talking about implementation of SSG principles to the full scale. Max, come back home, yeah? Where are you? Yes, I'm texting already because I was told you are not here, but you are with us. Yes, come on, it's cool. Join us. Where were you? I decided that we were in Hilton. Next time we'll be in Hilton. But today we are here and thank you for joining us. But again, I will not give floor to you immediately. No, I passed floor to Alexei already. Okay, I will update you briefly later, but Alexei now. Yes, the floor is mine. So we have a very utilitarian approach to all these things because sustainability is a very trendy word and it's a very vast term covering a lot of notions and ideas, ESG, green transition, and so on. There are various spheres where we are going to develop soft skills, governance, how it should be organized in different companies. But this utilitarian approach for us means that we are going to involve Western money. But they have certain conditions. We can like them, we may not like them, but they have those conditions, and the biggest amount of money will come from the West. We have Russian assets, which we are going to receive from the West. But again, maybe there will be certain conditions for receiving those assets as well. Ukraine facility that Katerina mentioned is implemented by international financial organizations. They have their compliance requirements, and by far not all Ukrainian businesses comply with those requirements. We are going to solve those problems in order to provide access to this money to the taxpayers. Taxpayers in the East are ready to provide this money through international financial organizations, and we should enlarge the list of Ukrainian businesses that comply with all the requirements. We have approximately 30 businesses, and we have to increase their number, which is a very comprehensive task. The more businesses meet the requirements of the sustainability agenda, the faster our economy will grow. Second point I wanted to make is that Ukraine, in our opinion, due to the available fossils that we have, due to our mentality, we're able to do that leapfrogging, and green transition will mean increased growth of Ukraine's economy, because Europe determined its way. So they have the deadline for decarbonization, and we joined that course. But now for us, we have to build solar and wind power stations, and then will it be in Poland and Romania, or will Ukraine be the place where those power stations will be located. Our task is to tell Europe that please come to us and build those power stations here. We have critical materials that are necessary for production of those power batteries, so that we receive nuclear and hydropower from China, and we can provide a lot of bioethanol because we have capacity which is the highest in Europe. So we can use that to build economy in Ukraine, which will enable us to get to a higher level by 2027, despite the fact that many people left the country because of the full-scale invasion. It's very difficult to discuss it now because we're talking about a longer-term perspective. It will take years, and the impact of the state will be huge. Hundreds of billions of euros will be necessary, and we have just a dozen of such projects in Ukraine over the last decade. So we have to discuss it. There are certain controversial issues here, but we have to do it step by step. Victoria, I will continue Alexei's idea. We have the plan of energy and climate, and October the 8th, the Verkhovna Rada adopted a draft law on the fundamental principle of environmental policy, and by 2000 we have to reach the zero level of greenhouse gas emissions, and we have a team that worked on energy and climate, and we are working on developing a decarbonization plan and for the period ending 2050, and we are going to present the first results of our modeling exercise, and we are going to work with the relevant ministries, with the Ministry of Economy playing the leading role, and we are going to work with businesses as well. And we have to remember that we require funding to implement all our ideas, but here we have a possibility to attract investments, and then we will also apply Article 6 of Paris Alignment. We already signed the 2 memorandums with Switzerland and Japan, and in the nearest future we are going to present the projects under which we will attract money to the private business. So this environmental policy is the possibility that Ukraine has not used until today, and if we analyze international assistance provided to our country, we will see that a great share is made up by the climate change support. If we look at China, for instance, it's one of the countries that has the highest level of greenhouse gas emissions, and that has the hugest impact on climate change that is experienced worldwide. According to the recent update from the United Nations, Ukraine experiences the highest level of climate change. Not America, not Europe. Ukraine is in the top list of the countries experiencing the contamination impact. And if we ask this question to people living in Dnipro, in Zaporizhia, living in those contaminated environments, we all remember the smog in Kyiv in early September. We had problems in the ecosystem, we had problems with transport systems, so we have to change that situation with support from our international partners, and we hope to succeed with that. Maxime, we were talking about several aspects here. The first question was whether it's relevant to talk about sustainability during the wartime. And it's so cool to talk about all those models, but people are dying at the front line, at the trenches. And second question was how realistic it is in terms of the economic development prospects. And then you can comment on these previous questions. And the third question is what has been done so far in the regulatory framework in each respective area, and what are the hugest gaps that needs to be addressed in the nearest future, and what needs to be changed in the regulatory framework in each respective branch. Thank you. dear colleagues, I think that war should not stop us or prevent us from implementing reform, because I think that is exactly the situation when economic activities are declining. Of course, we're resuming this economic development pace, but now we have this window of opportunities for implementing the necessary reforms in order to decrease the negative impact of the transportation, because we have a fewer number of subjects experience the negative aspects of transformation as such. And I agree with the idea expressed by Alexei. If we want to attract resources necessary for recovery and development, then the world made it very clear that ESG component should be present in the programs of everybody willing to attract, to get those investments. The largest welfare fund from Norway already mentioned that starting 2025 they will stop invest or provide any new investment into the objects that do not have an ASG component, and by 2030 they are going to abandon all investments that are not focused on transformation and do not include an ASG component. So of course the absolute majority of investments, not all of them, absolute majority of investors will analyze whether the enterprise or the company willing to receive those investments, whether those companies cover or include Green Deal aspects, whether they include the social infrastructure component. All these aspects will be analyzed and taken into consideration by potential investors.
Yet again, we have to be prepared. We have to be able to offer tools to channel those investments in our economy, and looking at what we have already done and gonna be doing at our Securities and Market Commission, we are quite aware that ESG bonds are probably one of the most important tools we can resort to aside from direct lending. We introduced the so-called green bonds and currently working with our international partners, EBRD in particular, to introduce new kinds of instruments in addition to sustainable bonds, green bonds, social bonds, and will work towards increasing the range of those instruments. Come November the 1st, a new regulation will take effect that inter alia dedicated to green bonds, something that we've done in the regulation domain. In the past several years, we developed guidelines for potential issuers on what policies they have to develop and introduce, so that in their green bond prospectus to reflect all information potential investors will seek. Another aspect is related to some what can be done to counter potential greenwashing. Currently, no legislative initiatives are on the table, but they should appear rather sooner than later. No need to, as it were, reinvent the bike. Elsewhere in the world, there are ways to verify investments and to using green bonds, and the Commission will follow the taxonomy supported by the European Commission will have to do the same in order to introduce common standards that issuers, banks, investors will support, and will need to introduce verification tools in order to reduce the potential of greenwashing, which is manipulative. Thank you. I've already addressed this with Alana. So this is the regulatory round of questions. So I'll ask another one pointing to Ukraine facility program, to Ukraine's obligations under it, what practical obligations we have assumed, what commitments have we made before the European Union, irrespective of the prevailing situation in the economy. There are several avenues we are moving along. The national plan, Elena mentioned, over 100 different policy. Us, as the Ministry of Economy, coordinate implementation of this plan. Currently, we're working on relevant monitoring procedures that will help understand whether ministries work in sync with each other. The government also has the so-called reform matrix that lists basically all our commitments, all we are supposed to do to advance our integration. It contains over 200 different indicators, something that we have committed ourselves to be using. This is in itself a challenge, but we are working on it. Help push where a push is beneficial, working with other ministries, the parliament, a lot of bureaucratic procedures, but eventually people will find it easier to work according to those green rules rather than start inventing something unheard of. It'll open the door to using Ukraine facility that we are currently working with EC. For instance, the first round is about to be over on collecting different it's almost 9 billion euro worth a program. Within the first round, several billion will be earmarked for various financial institutions. One of the commonalities is that the plans shouldn't contradict climate and energy. We have no choice, in other words. Our task, the ministry's task, is that Ukraine facilities funds are made available to Ukrainian businesses as soon as possible, because this will give a boost to our GDP growth. What's the point of keeping them somewhere on the balances of international organizations? So this is probably the most challenging thing. Another challenge, fairly similar, in order to comply with energy and climate plan, we'd need about 140 billion euros within 10 days, astronomical amount. Our damages run into 156 billion. We need therefore another 100 billion to support green transition, but you'll never find so much money unless you have some coalition. There's a high-level group including G7, and we're working now on developing mechanisms allowing them accession to this plan. UK government is supporting us because they believe it is a very important instrument for them. We are now working on a historical agreement with the UK that'll pay sufficient attention to the Green Deal. So, in other words, businesses will be able to planning and the regulatory environment will allow businesses to gain access to this funding. So this is the most important thing that we're working on now. How are we on time? I'll be brief then. Matter of fact, access to funding is a serious matter for businesses, serious consideration. You know that there's 579 SME support national program, and it is financed by our international partners, among others. In spite of the fact that we are a country at war, our international partners demand that lenders should get from the applicants, SMEs, additional information, well, kind of brief financial disclosure. The enterprises need to fill out questionnaires, show where ESG is in their governance, what they are doing with it in the future. Accordingly, the banks that we are in communication with, when they see any serious gaps, they will require that customers show them plans for the step-by-step improvement of governance standards to release the funds they seek. Timothy was right. Businesses that are have implemented all ESG related internal standards are few and far between. If our banks implemented all EU standards, this is a separate discussion, however, on the standards of EIB. The loans will be stopped. I mean, if banks decided to make same requirements as European banks make for their borrowers. We have recently stepped up our effort. Well, we revised our approaches and divided the scope into two streams. Internal policies, we are a regulator, but we also produce all kinds of things, and therefore need to have our integrated policy to support implementation of ESG standards. As the National Bank of Ukraine, we have some select components, but when we looked at what other central banks are doing, we came to the conclusion that we now have to develop a common, so to speak, integral approach, integrative approach. Unless we do that, unless we set the example, how can we make requirements for the reporting entities for those who we oversee. At this moment, well, there are multiple gaps, let me be frank. If we try and compare what we have to what Europe thus this will come to the forefront. But we will close many of them. We are now working on this taxonomy, this kind of common glossary that will allow all the players be on the same page with regard to the requirements made. We are working to unify approach to client questionnaires to make life easier for the clients, because after all, clients can apply with the different banks, so they didn't have to fill out new questionnaires every time they apply. We are thinking that there will exist kind of a playbook to make life easier for the clients. We are supposed to complete this part this year, then we'll start drafting a white paper and some guidelines, and next year we'll start requesting that banks disclose financial information, the non-financial audit, as they say, regarding the implementation of ESG. It's important to have a plan in place. We do. Recently our board approved it, but another frank statement from me: if we keep thinking of ESG and the need to implement the relevant standards in our economy and our businesses, our everyday life, only as something that our partners require of us, because unless we comply, we won't get the money. We are never to have responsible businesses, because it's not about money, it's about the well-being of the nation, mental, physical, social. After all, it's about a wholly different level of responsibility. So by complying with those requirements, when we seek to get access to the financing provided to support this green transformation, let's start from ourselves, from our own mindset. Let's stop looking at standards as someone else's whims. These standards have to be taken on. We have to take ownership of those standards.
Thank you, Olena. I would like to ask the same question to you. Yeah, what has been done in the regulatory policy in the energy sector? I will only add to what Katerina has said. We are not only talking about health, but we are talking about safety when we are talking about the energy sector, because we do not know what would happen to the gas prices in 2030. We saw 2021, we saw how gas prices spiked worldwide, what happened to national economies because of that. I'm thinking now about how we are going to mitigate this very fluent energy currency with something local. It's also about security, how we can maintain and contribute to our economic development, to increase stability using our internal local energy resources. As to the regulatory policy and legislation, not everything is so bad in this sphere, because we started to implement EU legislation immediately after the Revolution of Dignity. We adopted a lot of laws that are in line with the European standards in terms of energy efficiency, about the use of renewable resources. And a lot has been done in the legislative sphere. I think the issue now is implementation, because when you start working with the energy system, you cannot work with one piece separately and it starts working properly and you continue with transformation of a different segment. When you change something in one system, you have to think about its impact on the entire system. Basically, when you increase the use of renewable sources of energy, you have a problem with balancing. Balancing means that you have to install additional batteries. Batteries are expensive. You start to decarbonize transport, you start to use electric cars. Before the war, it's not a problem in Ukraine, but if you look at Central Asian countries, for example, where transition to electric cars is very much supported, they already have problems with the electric energy use and a sharp increase of the volume of energy consumed. Then when we're talking about heating, we transfer from coal or gas to electrification of heating systems. Again, there is an issue. What should we do with the grid, where we should look for additional generating capacity, including local capacity? So we have to look at the energy system as a system. All these transitions and transformations are very complex for government officials, for engineers, and for a very vast group of stakeholders. And we will have to implement a lot of European integration and investment projects. Decarbonization, we have great ideas, grand ideas used by the EU, the United States. We had a study tour to Boston recently to see how this network geothermal grid is used for heating. All that is great but very expensive, and the question is, how do we involve donors to the maximum in order to decrease the burden on the users to implement such projects? Timothy, I would like to add to the discussion asking about the regional component, because of course we can speak a lot about national policy, but if at the regional level, at the community level, we do not have the same level of enthusiasm and commitment to implementation of projects ensuring sustainable transition, without that regional level, the national policy will fail. Communities now are obliged to develop municipal development plans and focus on green transition already, on using new technologies. And I think it's extremely important that businesses start working with communities, with cities, in order to help them, on the one hand, to develop these plans, and on the other, they should lay the foundation for a cooperation in the future already, because we work with the communities, we see their understanding and willingness to move forward, but still they lack capacity, and we have to build up their capacity. Thank you. Thank you very much. Victoria, over to you. I'll be very brief and very specific. What do we have now? According to the Ukrainian facility plan, one of the components was dedicated to adopt legislation on integrated prevention on industrial contamination. We launched a comprehensive reform on reducing emissions to air, water, and so on. And it's a very painful issue for businesses, and we had numerous discussions with them, and we needed about 10 years to launch that reform, but we've started already, and we're developing normative regulatory framework, and all new enterprises that will be built in established in Ukraine will be in line with the European standards that has been regulated, and we will be the partners of the EU, and when we revise these standards, the EU see this operational business in Ukraine. These working businesses have 10 years for modernization of their processes and for implementation of new technologies. Immediately after completion of this reform, we will continue working on implementation of greenhouse emission quota trade. This is a new financial tool for Ukraine, for the governmental officials, for businesses as well. But we are moving forward because 2030 is very close, and we are going to be full partners and members of the European Union. And starting 2026, the mechanism CBAM will be implemented in the European Union, which will become yet another challenge for businesses. If they have more greenhouse gas emissions, they will have to pay more. Implementation of green technologies and decarbonization methods in their activities will enable businesses to decrease the payment for exported projects and to utilize the green funding mechanisms. So we're working. It's very complicated, and our European partners have seen the progress already. Thank you very much. Do we have anything from the hall? Yeah, from the audience? Yes, there is a question. Can we have a mic? Yes, thank you. Good morning, Vladislav Ostipov, ordinary citizen of Ukraine. I would like to thank all the speakers in this panel. Discussion was very interesting, but still I have a question to Katerina. She mentioned that ESG is more about transformation of mentality, but we are working on that and we need money to change it. So, in your opinion, after several years after ESG is implemented in Ukrainian economy, what will be the final effect? Will it be used as a kind of stimulation, decreased funding rates? Or will it be a restricting mechanism? Those who do fail to implement ESG criteria will not have access to funding. Which of the two? I will start. Stimulation, encouraging, of course, it will be stimulating how it's worked in the rest of the world. Those who comply, they have lower rates, lower commissions. That's the stimulation. As to prohibition or restriction, for instance, when a financial institution develops a policy, such financial institution identified what they will not work with. And a financial institution can say that we do not work with drug dealers, weapon dealers. So if we go away from those extremities, there will be no restrictions because businesses have to develop. And financial system plays such a leading role in implementation of those standards. So if you fail to comply with certain level of requirements, then you still receive funding, but it's more expensive. And in addition to those economic conditions that are specified in various loan agreements, you will have additional requirements valid during the period of validity of the loan agreement. So you'll be obliged to improve or implement certain things that will be a mandatory component. Otherwise, the loan agreement will be terminated or stricter conditions will be applied. So I would say that mechanism will be rather stimulating with additional requirements for those who do not comply. Thank you very much. We still have time for one question. Anyone willing to ask? If you don't have any questions, I would like to close this panel by giving a possibility for each speaker to sum up within 30 seconds, not more. So can you give some piece of advice or recommendations what Ukrainian businesses should focus on. The most important steps, the priorities for us to go back to the offices and start doing immediately. Anyone would like to start? Okay, I'll be the first. In 30 seconds, it's I would say access to big money. There is no alternative. So what we have to do is to see if you comply. Check the documents of your internal audit to see what your way should be within the next 5 months, and make next step every month, because it's part of your own European integration. Yeah, so I will summarize. So the most important step is to have a very specific plan and to start implementing it to get access to substantial funding. So those who comply will survive. If you don't comply, you will not survive. And I will give you an example of Kyiv School of Economics. We are very proud of our high function of compliance, financial reporting. That's why we are trusted partners, and we have donors who give us more than $10 million. And we're talking about 8-figure numbers. So our donors carried out American compliance audit, because we are very strong with financial compliance, but anti-money laundering compliance should be in the middle. And internally in our university, we have to carry it out by ourselves, because we used to outsource it by banks, and usually banks block some payments to individual entrepreneurs. So our US donors told us that if you would like to receive several $1 million, if you want to get our money, you have to carry out in-house MLA compliance audit. So they wanted AML compliance being internal instruments, internal tools. So even before we sign any contracts with our lecturers, we have to carry out that compliance and due diligence analysis. Yes, I will continue. Of course, we need a plan. We have to be ready for changes. We have to be more ambitious with our goals. If businesses think that European integration process is the problem for the government and challenge for them, you are mistaken. You have to join the European integration processes, and you can join working groups created by the government and defend your interests. Together with the public, with business, and with the government, we'll be able to defend our principles during the EU accession process. 13 seconds, not minutes. 30 seconds. Yes, I was talking minutes. Just keep digging. Don't be afraid. It's not only additional burden for you, it brings additional advantages and opportunities for you. And where to start? I would start with self-assessment exercise. You go back to your office and you analyze how compliant you are, not only with the E component, but with S and G components as well. If you carry out that questionnaire exercise with all your staff, you will be able to see how successfully you will be able to transform. Max? I think that we all already see that implementation of ASG is not a question why, but a question when. So for me, I remember 15 or 20 years ago, we remember all this AML compliance exercise, what we did, and everybody was asking, but then they managed to implement everything. So my piece of advice would be, the faster you move, the more benefits you get from this process. And you can read our recommendations where to start. Just Olena? Thank you very much. I would only like to repeat Maxim's words. The earlier you start, the sooner you win. In the nearest years, we'll see a lot of partners, donors, and international companies coming to Ukraine. I see huge interest and willingness to work with Ukrainian businesses, but this requirement to comply with high ESG standards, the more money you would like to get, the stricter requirements you'll have to meet. So you should start working already today and be able to find partners already tomorrow. Thank you, dear panel participants. Thank you, dear audience. And we wish you a wonderful and sustainable day.
Great panel, thank you. Don't leave just as yet. We have another presentation before the coffee break. So now from this beautiful panel to Be Smart, Be First advice. With this to Robert Adamczyk's presentation, energy sector, EBRD.
Good morning.
We are super happy to have you here today at the Sustainability Forum.
I wish I was in presence in physically.
Yeah, so the floor is yours. Let's start.
Okay. How will we change the slides? Because I think, will you change or I change?
You can do this by yourself if it's not a problem.
Okay, so I share screen, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, so just 2 seconds. So first of all, thank you very much for the invite. Pleasure to be here. And I think it's a very important area of discussions. So I think you see my slides now. So I wanted to say a few words, first of all, EBRD and our role, because I think the role of MDBs, multilateral development banks in the ESG field will be key in rebuilding Ukraine and looking future. We are, of course, a bank right now supporting a lot of investments and emergency support. We need to look at the challenges, particularly in the power sector, because that will be applicable to all areas. And I have worked a lot in Ukraine in the power sector, in heavy industry areas, and we continue to support. But how we look at the permitting, the reporting requirements, and the general taxonomy requirements as well. So just 2 words about EBRD. Well, we were established, of course, as a transition bank to move from communism to capitalism in a very short formula. But right now we're going into transition to help to move to the green decarbonization side. And as that is a big drive for us, and of course the bank has supported significantly in the past 3 years since the terrible events Ukraine. We continue to work with existing clients and new clients in developing new projects, but also supporting in liquidity existing, and that's tune a few billion euros. So when the bank was established, just to say, we always had sustainability. It was enshrined in our approach, so it's in our DNA. We always look at all projects to be Paris aligned, so therefore that they meet the future targets of decarbonization. That's 50%, because not all projects can be green, particularly as we work in Ukraine, but not only. Some projects liquidity, we need to make sure we don't greenwash. But the ESG side is very important. We have our environmental performance requirements, and all projects need to be structured to meet these requirements. It is important to look at that investment in sustainable finance is an ongoing issue throughout Europe, and I'm part of the sustainable finance platform. We had a meeting yesterday, plenary, but also on EFRAG. We look at the sums just in Europe, how much we need to invest in the change in decarbonization, with the additional issue of removing, of course, imported gas. Is extremely important to look at how we can decarbonize bring in the renewables, but look at the circular economy, pollution aspects, and biodiversity. And right now, this week, we have got the COP in Cali in Colombia on biodiversity. So biodiversity is also extremely important. Without biodiversity, we will not address some of the climatic issues. And Ukraine has a lot to offer in terms of biodiversity and in terms of sustainable agriculture in the future. That's something we need to bear in mind as well. So it's not just energy that we need to look at. So we're looking at financial institutions. There's a lot of institutions in terms of multilateral development banks. We all have a similar mission in terms of developing, and we will play a big role, particularly in terms of financing in Ukraine. Ourselves, our sort of sister, in some ways bigger brother, the European Investment Bank, the International Finance Corporation, part of the World Bank, will be key players in Ukraine to go ahead. And that is important because any project that comes in needs to secure financing from different sources. And that will be the multilateral development banks, national development agencies, private banks and private investors. All of those will have environmental and sustainability requirements. They're all being pushed to report themselves. And EIB will report on the CSRD, for instance. It is so the pressure on environmental reporting and therefore obtaining information on all projects becomes very important. It is also important to note that when we finance, we quite often and generally, particularly on the private side, need to finance projects that are permitted and presented in the right way. And that, again, is an important aspect when we look at projects. So when we approach a project, it's usually already developed by a sponsor. The client needs to have an idea what they want. They need to have this permitted, approved, because we can't finance something which is not approved. That means we have to then do due diligence wherever we are. And in Ukraine, we do due diligence, some of it remote, but we have existing partners and consultants that still work for us and will continue to work, and ourselves, when we can, will visit some of the sites, so that we structure, assess the risks, and bring in the environmental requirements. In Ukraine, often we bring in the requirement for future audits once martial law is lifted, when we can do a lot more work and then restructure those projects. But our process and environmental and social policy is structured in many ways to do no significant harm. And that's the fundamental aspect of the EU taxonomy, is do no significant harm. So we have our own standards, our policies, and then we have requirements on from our clients. I won't go into the details. It's very similar to also IFC, but most investors will look at this. This will be management systems, health and safety, but also land acquisition, human rights, transparency, pollution, of course, prevention. All of these are important for us to ensure that we treat in the right way approach. So just a quick issue what the differences between different IFIs. Some are more EU, some are less, but overall the policies are very similar, so I won't dwell on that. But it's important to look at the one aspect is that when we're financing large projects, these will be into millions or billions of euros, some of the bigger ones. So you're looking at 500 megawatt wind farm. We're looking at some, of course, offshore in right now in Poland, but we'll be looking hopefully in Ukraine in the future. It is these are very large, complex projects. They will have significant requirements of different lenders, number of standards, the disclosure requirements. We need to have issues such as supply chain data. And again, most of the, for instance, turbines or biggest producers of turbines are Chinese. Do we actually use them? Are they actually fit for purpose in terms of human rights issues? The same in terms of solar. Do we bring in, and of course cost issues need to be brought into account as well, and of course taxonomy aligned, which I'll say a few words later. So when we have the lenders requirements, and I think that's a very important issue, and these slides I think will be presented by left, is that the national permitting is quite often not enough. We need, if you are developing a project, you need to look at the requirements of the lenders, of potential lenders, and our lenders are all similar, how much additional work to do to package it, because we won't be able to finance everything. And we will need to look at those projects that they are meeting those requirements. So ensure the time taken to just package, develop, add the additional studies, like, for instance, baseline biodiversity data, very important for us. some of the supply chains, check the supply chains, ensure that we can then use those projects to present them as green. For private sector banks and for some other IFIs, this will become extremely important because they need to have taxonomy alignment and present that those investment meets those requirements. Now, we can sometimes do derogations, and we do that in Ukraine right now, but we need to future-proof in terms of how we approach it. So in terms of power sector, just to give you some areas, we need to look at how to decarbonize. That's going to be, and of course in Ukraine right now, we're looking at emergency supplies, bringing in small engines, small gas-fired units. But again, those will need to meet EU and requirements, because anything that is temporary becomes permanent. Again, it's always looking at that risk. We wish we were thinking at things, doing it faster, but we have to be bulletproof in terms of ensuring that we are able to stand for longer terms. There will be the issues of how to simplify permits. The EU is looking at some of those issues, do good strategic environmental assessment for some regions to help with data, help with investment. The SEA will not replace an environmental impact assessment, but it will need to have that will facilitate locating sites, ensuring that local authorities can dedicate and look at areas to be developed quicker than other areas. We need to look at the Paris alignment, of course, that's a big issue. And the entire TCFD that used to be the issues has been replaced now by FRS and EU ESRS E1, the climate reporting, and you need to look at transition plans. The transition plans have been still developed by the EU, and we had the discussions yesterday. It was going to be presented at COP29 in Baku, but actually it's been delayed. It will be later this year. But we will need to have a transition plan. What is the transition plan and how to develop? The guidance is being developed. Most large projects that you will look in the power sector will be a category for us, which means they will have to have the right baseline data. The birds issues need to be very, very well developed, because that's a requirement. And just to give you an example, BirdLife International, which in Ukraine, of course, the Ornithological Society is small. Internationally, it has more members than any political party in Europe. So that gives you the indication how strong that organization is and how important. They're very supportive of development, very supportive of us going into Ukraine. But they have, you could say, as an NGO, they're probably the biggest NGO on the planet. So, so these areas you have to look at in terms of requirements. So the lender requirements are very important of what we do. Now, very important to look at which way we're trying to travel in the sustainable finance. The sustainable finance aims to transpose more capital flow into green investments. It doesn't mean everything's going to be green. But to do that, we have to define the taxonomy common standards of what it is. We need to ensure disclosures so people can compare the information as it is and develop those tools. And in that sense, the EU has developed a number of legislation requirements based on the Environmental Action Plan or strategy in 2018 and Action Plan 21 in terms of how to direct that capital flow. How to support the capital flow movement, how to mainstream it into the risk requirements through the reporting and some of the due diligence requirements, and how to foster transparency. Because without transparency, there is no trust. And without trust, then investors will not invest. And that's going to be a big area that we will need to work in Ukraine of how we bring in the private capital, how do we bring in the transparency and trust, and ensure that those investments, not only from you could say MDBs or our state, but also private sector flows into Ukraine to help to redevelop key sectors that will be needed as soon as possible, and actually needed already today. So the taxonomy, if we look at it, it has the climate mitigation, adaptation. We're looking at climatic changes. The climatic changes are happening, so we have to future-proof. We're looking, of course, at pollution prevention, biodiversity. But the one area that we need to look at is the social safeguards, referred to as minimal safeguards. And that means human rights, that means ILO standards, that means in terms of OECD guidelines. These are very similar to what EBRD and IFC require, and that is a requirement on the social side. So again, look at the social side will quite often be as important, I think, as some of the environmental, which are easier to present, although environmental are key, the decarbonization and pollution areas. So the significant contribution is one of those 6 areas to present. Quite often it's going to be climate mitigation, i.e. reduction of emissions of CO2. So there is a lot of standards as well, and I think that's important to look at. The standards ESRS and ISSB, there will be pressures to put one on the other. ESRS and the CSRD are the gold-plated mandatory standards in Europe. All listed companies will have to report on the CSRD, mandatory, from next year if they're listed. Non-listed large companies from 26, and SMEs and also international companies that operate in Europe from 2028. And that is going to be a major change, because for the first time, companies that want to trade in Europe, including US companies, Japanese, Chinese, will have to report on their global operations to do so in Europe. That is a major change. So we as Europeans will be requiring that outsiders actually report to us. That's always used to be, the US used to require that of anybody trading in the US. We're going to require that on environment and social. And that actually is a game changer, because it will help us with transparency. Will be important for Ukraine. Of course, CBAM is going to be extremely important, how we address the carbon leakage. And that is something that in the negotiations we have to look at in terms of Ukraine and the EU, in terms of how to approach that. But the reporting requirements, also there is a lot of areas of ESRS and ISSB convergence, interoperability. And the word interoperability is going to be used more and more, how to make the two systems work together side by side. The ESRS is more developed. It will require a lot more work. But I know that companies already in Ukraine are developing that, and some of the foreign investors have done that already. That is something on the ESG, I think, front that will be very important. And the CSRD comes back from the Non-Financial Disclosure Directive from 2014, which used to be referred as the CSR Directive. So basically, we're making ESG mandatory in Europe. In the US, and with the elections going on, we don't know which way we'll go. There is less. And the less is particularly because of the S, the social side, where in the US has different connotations. In Europe, we are very much looking at the social issues. It's a very important area for us in terms of social policies, ensuring fair treatment, ensuring that there's gender, that there's fairness throughout. And that's, I think, something which distinguishes us as ourselves in Europe, what we want to do. And I think Ukraine will fit in very well in that in long term. So we need to bring that in. In terms of some of the discussion issues, how do we go about simplifying the process? The SEA, as I said, whether to help in the EIA, still need the EIA, but the SEA, the strategic environmental and social assessments, will help to define where to put renewable projects, how to redevelop some of the structures. That's a government issue, authorities. The taxonomy and the verification is going to be key. We need more guidance of do no significant harm due diligence and how to incorporate that into the permits. So if you are doing a project, already think about the taxonomy. How do I present that is taxonomy aligned? Because that's going to be in the future, how do I get the project done quicker? If I have the right documentation, if I present the taxonomy, done the studies, we can finance quicker. And that is going to be a key issue as well to review in terms of developing. And it's an important aspect of that sustainable finance, how to do quicker financing of green investments. How do we, the permitting and the IFIs or international requirements, again, ties into the taxonomy, prepare it in the right way and make sure that we have the right requirements. And the verification and assurance in the future. Taxonomy will have to be reviewed, but the CSRD will have to be assured and reviewed as well. So that's going to be a very important area that we look at. How do we assure it? It's not only how to implement it. And most companies had management systems in place, ISO 14000, ISO 45000, so the health and safety, the stakeholder engagement. Now we need to think of the responsibility and the liability of management boards. The management boards will be accountable, and the supervisory boards of those reporting. That's the big changer, that it's not just a glossy report anymore. It's not something that's been just audited because it's nice. the auditors will have the same liability as for financial statements. So the management board for the data that goes on the CSRD will accountable in the same way as for financial statements. If you're a Ukrainian company wanting to list, and of course, being Polish, Warsaw is the obvious cooperation between Ukraine and Warsaw. For me, is close to my heart. If you are, and many companies have listed on the Warsaw Stock Exchange, you need to then look at the liabilities associated with that and accountability. There is an area of course, bringing in that knowledge and experience, where I think experience from Poland will be very useful in Ukraine to actually bring in what we're doing and our failures in Poland to enable some of the learning curve to be developed, so that the CSRD can be, because that's going to be helpful in the bond and the capital markets. The capital markets are going to be a key issue in terms of developing finance in the future through sustainability-linked bonds and green bonds. But of course, you need the investors' trust in those areas. But overall, I think the area is that we have the expertise. It's now the accountability and how to prove which way we're going. And the final note is that we as EBRD are here to help. My colleagues, of course, are well known to yourselves and will be some of them in The Hague tomorrow. We are here to support, provide in that transition in terms of development, in terms of development of guidance, and hopefully we can help bring that green finance and build that better. So Robert, I had my 80 minutes, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Robert. Thank you very much. And there were some, disintegration between your speech and presentation, but your speech was excellent and very informative. I have a very quick question about CBAM. So what is your, thinking? What is the timeline and negotiation process between Ukraine and EU about adaptation of Ukraine to CBAM and to avoid the carbon leakage issue, as you mentioned? So just what is your thinking? What is the timeline to fix that?
Well, that needs to be fixed as soon as possible, because CBAM, of course, is coming in, and will penalise companies that are outside the EU. It, of course, affects some of the high-intensity carbon areas like steel, cement. So that's going to be a key area for exports. And in many ways, I think I'm not in a position to say which way it should do, but it's going to be a treatment of the same of all countries. And the exemptions or some sort of facilitations need to be put in to help Ukraine in those post-war years, particularly in terms of development, and not to be penalized by an additional, at the end of the day, tax. So that's going to be, I think, a very, very important area for negotiators to actually separately. And it is not, because it's linked to ESG, but it is a trade issue.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. And it was very interesting thing that you mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Wish you a productive discussion tomorrow, Robert. It's a pleasure to have you here in Ukraine. Wish you good luck.
Thank you very much, and wish you all the best to everybody.
Have a nice day.
Зараз ми всіх запрошуємо на кавоперерву.
And now we have a coffee break. Why so sad?
Фокус Медіа – це аналітика головних подій, новини в Україні і в усьому світі. З 2006 року і дотепер. Кожна деталь має значення. Читайте, дивіться, слідкуйте. Будьте в фокусі основних подій. Фокус Медіа – це аналітика головних подій, новини в Україні і в усьому світі. З 2006 року і дотепер. Кожна деталь має значення. Читайте, дивіться, слідкуйте. Будьте в фокусі основних подій. Фокус Медіа – це аналітика головних подій, новини в Україні і в усьому світі. З 2006 року і дотепер. Кожна деталь має значення. Читайте, дивіться, слідкуйте. Будьте в фокусі основних подій. Фокус Медіа – це аналітика головних подій, новини в Україні і в усьому світі. З 2006 року і дотепер. Кожна деталь має значення. Читайте, дивіться, слідкуйте. Будьте в фокусі основних подій. Фокус Медіа – це аналітика головних подій, новини в Україні і в усьому світі. З 2006 року і дотепер. Кожна деталь має значення. Читайте, дивіться, слідкуйте. Будьте в фокусі основних подій. Фокус Медіа – це аналітика головних подій, новини в Україні і в усьому світі. З 2006 року і дотепер. Кожна деталь має значення. Читайте, дивіться, слідкуйте. Будьте в фокусі основних подій. Фокус Медіа – це аналітика головних подій, новини в Україні і в усьому світі. З 2006 року і дотепер. Кожна деталь має значення. Читайте, дивіться, слідкуйте. Будьте в фокусі основних подій. Фокус Медіа – це аналітика головних подій, новини в Україні і в усьому світі. З 2006 року і дотепер. Кожна деталь має значення. Читайте, дивіться, слідкуйте. Будьте в фокусі основних подій.
And panel is about the role and impact of donors during the wartime and post-war recovery, which programs and plans are implemented. It was mentioned during the first panel that we all hope that the transition that Ukraine has to accomplish not only during the post-war recovery period, but we were talking about this transition as one of the requirements of the EU accession. So we would like very much to rely on comprehensive support from international organizations and donors. Ukraine's recovery includes distribution of humanitarian aid, recovery of critical infrastructure, social services, and establishment of proper conditions for development of the private sector and implementation of the structural reforms for macroeconomic stability and stable growth. Christina? Just put it simply, during the first panel, we were talking about what business should do from the point of view of government and what requirements should be met by business on the way to EU accession. And now we will give floor to international partners who will talk about their project and tell you in practice how various tools are used. Anatoly Amelin is our moderator, executive director of the Ukrainian Institute for Future. We'll have a very interesting and productive discussion. We have Roman Shakhmatenko with us, who is a project manager of UNDP. Project Toro Kabayava, head of the Office for Crisis Response and Recovery of Ukraine. Alim Aliyev, deputy director of the Ukrainian Institute. And Danila Yakov, who is a founding partner of Diligent Partners, and Alexei Povolotsky, who is the head of department for recovery of the tech.
Ladies and gentlemen, today for me will be the first panel which I moderate in English, and I will try do my best. Welcome to panel 2 of the International Sustainability Forum 2024. My name is Anatoly Amin. I am CEO of the Ukrainian Institute for the Future. It's an independent Ukrainian think tank. And I'm honored to be your moderator today on the session, the role and impact of donors during the war and post-war recovery on Ukraine. We have an eminent panel of experts who will share their insights on how various programs and plans are contribution to Ukrainians' recovery efforts. Let me introduce more detail our estimated panelists. The first one, Roman Shakhmatenko, team leader of UNDP in Ukrainian energy and environment portfolio, and as I know, you will do short presentation. Yes, second one, our guest online, Toro Kabayakava, head of the Office for Ukraine Crisis Response, Recovery and Reconstruction at JICA. And third one, Alim Aliyev, Deputy Director General of Ukrainian Institute and member of the board of the International Renaissance Foundation. The next one, Alexei Povolotsky, here with us on the stage, head of the Office for Energy Infrastructure Recovery and Development at the Tech, also with presentation. And Danila Yakub, co-founder of Diligent Capital Partners. Thank you all for joining us today. Okay, let's begin our discussion with Roman Shakhmatenko from UNDP. And as we agreed, at first we have 3 questions. I can announce these questions, and you can do your presentation with answer on these questions. For all panelists, we reserve approximately 10 minutes.
Well,
Is it
maybe.
okay format?
Well, I think maybe we could go to the questions after the presentation.
Okay.
I think that would be more.
Then we can do a presentation from other participants, and then we can
the
use
questions.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I think that would be suitable.
But we can remind that we have 10 minutes for each panelist.
I'll try to do it shorter, honestly speaking, because there's a lot to tell actually about our organization, and I'm very proud to be here today. Thank you so much for the invitation and for this opportunity, because I do believe it's very much important to have these kind of discussions on all kinds of platforms and opportunities, right? So we can actually discuss not only the role of donors, but the way the recovery is going to happen, right? For UNDP, recovery in many senses is a symbol of resilience of people, right? And the resilience that we're seeing here in Ukraine is amazing. It's astonishing. But let me get to the presentation, not to take too much time. For those who don't know, UNDP is not really a humanitarian organization. We are the developmental wing of UN organizations. So we operate here in Ukraine on the nexus in between the humanitarian interventions and developmental. Why this is so much important for us? Because we do believe that recovery and development starts not after the war, but it actually starts now. So, UNDP is one of the biggest UN organizations in the world. We have 170 offices throughout of the world. Here in Ukraine, we have almost 500 employees and offices in Kyiv, Odessa, Lviv, Uzhhorod, Kharkiv, and Dnipro. Since the full-scale invasion, UNDP has provided critical support to Ukraine, and of course, we're working hand in hand with the national government. As far as I understand, and I need to ask, this is the video I can just press and, right? After this, I can just speak. Thank you so much. Okay. But if we go step by step, we have three main priorities here in Ukraine. So priority number one is the democratic governance and inclusive social fabric. This is all about the institutional capacity of the government and the move to the rule of law, to the cohesive and inclusive development. We really want to see accountable institutions, effective institutions, because without it, we believe that no recovery is possible, and our, let's say, and our activities and interventions may be flawed. The second priority area is inclusive and sustainable economic recovery and growth. This is one of the areas that are working close with as we believe, with the backbone of our economy and future development. And I'm talking about MSMEs. We've been working with the development of the medium and small enterprises since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, but really since 1991. Only since 2022, we have funded over 1.5 thousand startups, small initiatives, minimum initiatives, creating jobs and opportunities throughout the scale. And of course, priority area number 3, which is probably closest to my heart, is sustainable environment and energy transformation. In this area, we are trying to make sure that the recovery that is going to happen and is happening is going to be green. That this recovery will have an issue of environment as an overarching issue, environment and climate resilience as an overarching issue of any recovery activities or interventions. We are very much active in the energy area, in the energy support. At the moment, we have 2 main areas which we concentrate, is the support to the critical infrastructure, and that's the way we're trying to support our energy system for the upcoming winter and coming years, really. So, because the problem is not going to go anywhere, and I think our colleague is going to say about that a bit more. But we are thinking and looking and doing all we can to enable the green transition, to enable the transition to the renewables, and actually to the greener and the brighter future for our country. Well, so if we're talking about transformative recovery and development at scale, let me just throw some numbers at you. So 6.5 million Ukrainians benefited from our energy sector support at the moment. And we hope that by the end of this year, actually, in January, we will at least double that number. Over 1,000 entrepreneurs received grant support from UNDP, and more than 10,000 MSMEs participated in business training and aid recovery. 4,500 new jobs were created only under this initiative. We also have, for example, in the energy area, we have initiatives such as support to energy service contracts investment schemes, where since 2022, we've created over 30,000 jobs. So 1.5 million buildings assessed to aid recovery efforts. 25 million Ukrainians used 40 digital service, and around 150,000 people benefited from support to local communities. So what is our philosophy, really? Our philosophy is built around so-called 4 R's: reconstruction, returns, recovery, reforms. For the 5 steps for Ukraine's recovery, we're envisaging the building a whole of government reconstruction and prioritization capacity, advocating evidence-based decision-making, advancing reform and anti-corruption efforts, driving global investment for inclusive economic recovery, and bringing back all Ukraine's people. And this is the video, probably, right? So, no? Okay. Okay, guys, so I think I'll stop there and give an opportunity to other speakers, and then we can discuss, and I will be answering the questions more informatively.
Okay,
thank you so much.
Thank you for your interesting presentation and your support for Ukraine for this very difficult time. Next 2 speakers also will have a presentation. The next one, we are invite, and I know, this Mr. Toru Kabayakawa here with us online. Mr. Kabayakawa, can you hear us? And you know that you have also presentation. You can start from your presentation, and then in the next round we will have questions and answers session. Okay, floor is yours.
Good afternoon from Tokyo. Thank you for inviting me to this valuable event. And sorry that I can't participate you in person there. But today, I would like to briefly explain our activities in Ukraine. Yes, my name is Toru Kobayakawa, head of the Office for Ukraine Crisis Response, Recovery, and Reconstruction of JICA headquarters. And let me introduce briefly about JICA's support to Ukraine. Please take a look at the presentation material. I hope you show my presentation there. We have come up with the 3 pillars comprising of first, support to continuance of government functions, which means budget support to the government of Ukraine. Second, support to neighboring countries such as Moldova, which host many evacuees from Ukraine. Third, support recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine, which is of course, the largest component in terms of the committed amount. We have come up with 4 priority areas. First, we support Ukraine for its demining and debris clearance, debris clearance, which is critical for reconstruction. Second, we work with the Ukrainian counterparts for early recovery of infrastructure services such as electricity, transport, water supply, education, health, etc. Third, we think it important to revitalize Ukraine's economy by focusing on support with the agriculture sector, as well as Ukrainian emerging tech companies. Last but not least, improving governance is also a priority. We have incorporating for capacity buildings of public broadcasting companies, as well as anti-corruption entities of Ukraine. Please go to the next slide. By taking this opportunity, let me introduce you a recent publication of a discussion paper by our research institute. We made estimation of the carbon footprints to be generated during post-war reconstruction process. The footprints turned out 4.3 times of Ukraine's annual territorial emissions before the war. Suggestions made that improving efficiency of Ukrainian construction industry and maximizing recycling construction materials from debris and rubble can be effective measures in reducing these footprints. It would be important to reconstruct sustainable infrastructure based upon Build Back Better principle. But also, we need to pay attention to the reconstruction process itself so that it would minimize the level of carbon dioxide emissions to the extent possible. So thank you for your attention. I stop here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kabakawa. And third panelist with the presentation is our guest, Alexey Pavlovsky. You can start from your presentation, and then we will back to the questions.
Good morning, everyone. Could you please switch on my presentation? Yeah, thank you very much. Alexey Pavlovsky, I'm the head of the Office for Energy Infrastructure Recovery. Our history is that from the first day of war, we created a working group on, it was like Stab, where we considered all urgent questions with respect to the damages to the energy infrastructure and other issues. And now we have the full office, which is responsible for the recovery of our generation, distribution, and other objects. And if you... I just wanted in the beginning to show you several pictures. So you could see the consequences of shelling of TPPs, which we experienced in 2024. And we had direct missiles attacks, lots of drone attacks. And when we show these pictures to our partners in Europe, they simply shocked. They asking, are you really going to restore these objects? And the answer is yes. We don't have any other chance because without thermal power generation, Ukrainian energy system will not survive. And here you see several numbers. We had 9 massive attacks during this year, more than 1,000 strikes, unprecedented damages to transmission, distribution substations and lines, energy generation, gas and other related infrastructure. More than 50% of generation infrastructure in Ukraine was damaged or destroyed. And in the tech, we lost more than 90% of thermal power generation. And in total, in the energy system, we lost, in one moment of time, 9 gigawatts of capacity. Of course, we must do something about that, and we meet the challenges and general situation, the key challenges here on this page. You see that we possibly will have deficit of power generation during upcoming winter. We need to increase import of electricity from neighboring countries, and the State Ministry of Energy is working on that. And of course, air defense and passive protection, this is crucial, is the key. We had the situation when we just finished restoration of one power unit on one of our power stations in February. In March, it was totally destroyed. So without missile air defense protection, our efforts will be ruined. And we request our partners to help us with air defense to protect our enterprises which generate and transmit and distribute electricity across the country. What is important, especially in terms of this forum, is that energy system plays a crucial role for the economy of the country. If you do not have electricity, if you have blackouts, outages of electricity supply, business cannot operate, people cannot survive in the country. Of course, you remember July, August, when the noise on the streets was just awful of these generators, and this is the problem. This is the problem, and we try to do our best in order to recover as much electricity generation as possible during these difficult times. And of course, we have our future plans, and I will be talking about them in a minute. Here we are also talking about donor support, And we would like to thank you to our big donors, Energy Community, European Commission, USAID, JICA, and others. They contributed to the restoration of energy system a lot, but at the same time, the war is not finished, and according to the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine, urgent needs are estimated more than 800 million euro at this moment of time. What key challenges we see when we are recovering our infrastructure? This is availability of financing. Sometimes we need fast decision-making processes. We cannot wait until the decision is made and the procurement tenders are completed, which takes months. And during the war, it is not possible sometimes. And for you to understand the lead time for the production of big equipment like auto transformers, unit transformers, minimum 6-9 months. And if you don't have equipment on reserve, and we don't have equipment on reserve at this moment of time, it is quite difficult to recover after the next attacks. Of course, we have the need in the equipment rehabilitation. At the same time, we need a lot of support for payment of services. We need to rebuild our buildings. We need to install and repair equipment. And here we feel like of financial support. And as you can see here, engineers, repair crews, construction vehicles, this is all in huge demand for us. If we say a few words about the future, of course, we as the tech, first of all, we have our decarbonization strategy. And we, even before the war, we had the plans how to decommission thermal power generation and move to green energy production. And here, of course, we meet our obligations. We understand that the future of Ukrainian energy system is for decentralized and green power generation. We, as the tech, we built even during the war. You may heard that in 2023 we commissioned the first stage of Telegulska wind power station, 114 megawatt. The full station will be 500 megawatt. So we continue building even during the war and continue adding megawatts into the system now. And we have projects, and I will show you how we see the development of green energy in the future within the tech. The next challenge is modernization of the DSO infrastructure. This is our Obelenерgo infrastructure. We understand that we cannot return after the war to the system where we are built according to Soviet Union standards. We are integrated into the European energy system, and our equipment must be aligned with European standards. And this is our challenge. This will be a multi-billion project, a multi-year project for us and for other DSOs. And this is a real challenge for Ukraine and for the future. Balancing the grid, battery storages, this is important next step for development of our energy systems. And we won the tender, a state tender for 200 megawatts, which we must build up to 1st of October next year. And this will help to balance the system. It will help to accumulate electricity produced by green generation, etc. So I think this is a good, big step for the development of energy infrastructure for the future in Ukraine. And I think that we have to start thinking and drafting Marshall Plan or something like that document for Ukraine and for the energy system in particular. Energy, as I said before, is a huge prerequisite for the future development of economy in the country. We will have to have the generation, we will have to have a reliable grid, smart grid, etc., in order to have new businesses coming to Ukraine and developing within the Ukrainian economy. And we are ready to start with our partners to start drafting such a plan, and we'll be happy to be a big part of its realization. And on the last page, you see just several examples of our projects. We are going to have the portfolio of 1.5 gigawatt of wind power stations. We are going to build, as I said, 200 megawatt battery storages. We are going to be active player in modernization of power distribution infrastructure. And what is also interesting, this summer we started building small solar power stations for our clients. We have clients like households, small, medium businesses, local governments, and the request is huge. We try to do our best, and here what we need, what they need is the financing. It could be blended financing, partially grant financing, and yeah, we can play a vital role in the development of small solar generation as well. And here we see that for energy projects we will need long-term interest loan financing, equity partnerships, and we are open to that. Grant financing, blended financing, and this is impossible without our donor support and without our international partners. This is it from my side. I'll be happy to answer your questions. My contact details are here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for so detailed presentation. And we are going forward. And next panelist with us, Alim Aliyev, Deputy Director of the Ukrainian Institute and member of the Board of International Renaissance Foundation. And before our meetings, we agreed 3 questions. I can repeat it?
You can, but I can try to give an answers during my presentation.
But
yeah.
You won't make your presentation about your organization and your activities?
Yeah, about my activities, our activities, because I have good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alim Aliyev, and I have a few hats, yeah. Because one of the head, I'm a deputy head of Ukrainian Institute, is a state institution affiliating to Ministry for Foreign Affairs, and we are leading the cultural diplomacy in the world and strengthening connection between Ukraine and other societies. And I will tell more why it's important. And second, I'm board member of International Renaissance Foundation, and the topic of recovery is one of the core topics in our activities. But I will bring us to 1922, when Koshitsa Chor, Ukrainian Koshitsa Chor, performed in Carnegie Hall in New York with the song Shedrik, or Carol of the Bells. And it was one of the main performances in the early of 20th century from the Ukrainian side through the Ukrainian culture. And after 100 years, Ukrainian Institute with the partners brought Shedrik and Ukrainian horse to the Carnegie Hall, and we one more performed this song. But now we perform this song as a Ukrainian song. I say that now we have our time is reclaiming our voices, because during long times, a lot of countries, a lot of societies, when heard something about Ukraine, they mostly heard about us from Russian lines or lines from other countries. That's why when I told about culture and identity, it's one of the main pillars of our security. And when I told about building connections between societies and building trust between Ukraine and other societies, it's also about resilience of Ukrainian civil society as a whole. And my second point is that when we talk about recovery and resilience, we should first of all talk about human capital, and we should talk about human-centric recovery. And it's one of the main approach for Renaissance Foundation, because many of our projects, it's about supporting civil society organization to engage in the early stage of recovery. And when our people participate in recovery, it means that recovery not only infrastructure, but also recovery between groups of our society. That's why we are supporting different hubs in Ukrainian regions. We're supporting volunteering movements, supporting veterans, etc., etc., etc. You can see it on our website. One more that important to talk, it's about supporting civil society and supporting different stage of support. Mostly donors support through the project support. But what we see during these last 2.5 years, that it's crucial to give more institutional support for organizations. It means that we should stabilize organizations and initiatives in Ukraine, and they will have more capacity to support and to provide recovery in Ukraine. And yesterday, Renaissance Foundation facilitated discussion between civil society and President Zelensky. And we talk a lot about Victory Plan. And we talk about how we can together build this understanding, not only external, international understanding of Ukraine, but internal understanding. And one main result of such discussion is cooperation between civil society, government, on the not only just implementing this victory plan, but also creating this internal plan for Ukrainian society. And when we talk about recovery and resilience, we should talk about this bridge between different groups in Ukrainian society. That's why for today we call we start as a state institution, build partnerships not only with international organizations, but with Ukrainian businesses, because it's about a win-win game. When Ukraine state institutions and Ukrainian business can be as a one voice, not only abroad, but also in Ukraine, because we on one boat, yeah, and it means that we should fight together and, of course, win together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And your activities in Ukraine is very important for civil society, because we understand it's ground and based for good society in general, for future prosperity of our country. But now we have a very difficult time. And here we have last panelist online. Do we have one more panelist online? Danila Jakub, are you with us? Danila? Sorry? Maybe. We don't have, unfortunately. Okay. We'll back for the questions, and we have for this panel approximately 20 minutes. It means that we can discuss 1 or 2 questions for each panelist. And we can start from Roman. Yes, and for you, first question from my side, it's how does UNDP adapt its program to meet Ukraine's changes need in the light of its EU integration aspirations? Colleagues?
Oh my God, what's going on?
You can use my...
Try this one.
What about now? Yeah, you can hear me. Listen, a very good question, but I'll try to answer it maybe in a bit of a different way, right? So for us, there's not really a need to adopt to the European integration initiatives, because UNDP is an organization that has a long-term planning goals, right? We have our SWGs, so-called. So really, it's very much organic that we are helping government not only to comply with that, but also to meet the challenges that are there for the EU accession. For example, I just came back from I got a bit late, which I'm very sorry for, but from the parliamentary hearings on the issue of the implementation of EU legislation on biodiversity, for example. And these kind of things are crucial for us because for us, by the way, we're not project-based organization, right? We're a program-based organization. We're all about the coherence. And for us, it's very much important to enable the recovery, enable the development. This is why we're working with debris removal, mine action, energy support, but also to ensure the green and green recovery, build back better. Why? Because this is about the level of our being, level of living conditions, of the human capital, of how we're going to feel how our children are going to live here in this country. So for us, EU integration is an organic situation. We worked in many countries and helped many countries to do that, and we hope to be a reliable partner to our government in this context as well.
It's very important for us to use your experience here, because for us, we are just on the start of this process, and for us it's a lot of challenges in this way, and it's the reason why I ask you. But one more question for you.
Yeah.
And it's also very important questions from my side. At what ways does UNDP support private sector development in Ukraine? What is very important for growth of economy?
Okay, very important question. By the way, just FYI, as far as I understand, our listeners would be interested in certain peculiarities and the mandate of different organizations, because here in Ukraine, UN is represented by 24 different organizations, and each of that organization have their own mandate. For example, UNDP cannot benefit the private sector directly. So the private sector, for example, we don't work with DTEC. Although we are providing 430 megawatt of capacity this year of generation capacity in BESS, but we cannot basically provide anything to the private companies. However, we can enable the private sector to move on. As I said before, we have provided grants. In the energy sector, we've facilitated around 500 million private investments into the country in co-financing.
In loans.
Private investments, right. Separately, we work with loans. For example, we're servicing EIB loans on energy efficiency, on the development, on the district heating, etc. We work with them very closely. But for us, it's very much important to make sure that the new jobs are created. We're all about the impulse, right? We do understand that international organizations are not going to be the backbone of our future development. Grants are not going to be the backbone of our future development. Markets are going to be. People are going to be. The businesses like DTEC or small organizations or medium businesses. And our job and our function is to provide that impulse and to remove the bottlenecks on the way. This is what we are all about. And in this way, we are very grateful for any kind of cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And next question will be for Mr. Kabayakawa. How does JICA plan to support sustainable infrastructure development in Ukraine, considering current risks and long-term goals? Mr.
Yes,
Kabayakawa?
thank you for your question. the risks associated with the ongoing war are overwhelming, but at least we can start preparation of post-conflict infrastructure development. Right now, millions of people are internally and externally displaced, and it would be quite challenging to predict how regional demographics look like in the post-conflict situation. So one of the biggest challenges for the preparatory works could be to accurately focus demands for infrastructure in different regions of Ukraine. Having said that, there are a couple of things we can say. The connectivity with EU countries needs to be enhanced. Also, some of the infrastructure such as energy and transportation need to be modernized and more efficient. And to this end, a proper public-private partnership needs to be encouraged for infrastructure development. So we continue to fully support the Ukrainian government's efforts to undertake these actions and achieve smooth accession to the EU. So, thank you.
Thank you. And one more questions which connect with your experience. What innovative financial instruments is JICA considering to attract investments for Ukraine's recovery?
Yes, unfortunately, we do not have any magical financial instruments, but we think there are two different approaches that we should consider in view of increasing the future investment opportunity. First, we support Ukrainian SMEs, particularly startups, to grow further. We have provided enhancement programs with selected Ukrainian startups and organized pitch events with Japanese private sector. So we are a bilateral donor agency, so we focus on the relationship enhancement with the Japanese private sector. Additionally, last February, JICA made private sector investment finance of up to $20 million US with the Horizon Capital Fund, a private equity fund of Ukraine. As you know, the investment will be used for development of export-oriented tech companies in Ukraine. The second approach is to encourage Japanese private sectors to consider starting business in Ukraine. So we have selected Japanese companies who are interested in starting business in Ukraine and provided support to come up with the proper business plans. We continue encouraging them to partner with the Ukrainian companies and make synergy effects by matching up business in two countries. So there are things we have been trying to do. These are the things which we have been trying to do for expanding chances for future investment. So, thank you.
And one more additional questions. We did discuss its questions before this panel, but it's important for Ukraine. Did you do some investigation about possible cooperations and opportunity for increased trade between Ukraine and Japan? We understand that it's so far distance between our countries, but we understand that it can big opportunity for synergy effect.
Yes, that's an important but difficult question. But maybe right now the private sector in Ukraine are mostly looking at European markets. But I think once we invite them to the Japanese market, they say they're enlightened to know how there would be opportunities in Japan and surrounding areas, which is Asia. So maybe there would be some more different kinds of opportunities in Asian markets, I believe. So maybe we try to invite private sectors, or we invite Japanese sectors to bring, to get to know each other for the first place.
Okay, thank you. And next question for Mr. Pawlowski. We don't have enough time. I think we have approximately 10 minutes for all panelists, and I will use just one question for Mr. Pawlowski. How is the text foreseeing the development of decentralized generation? Which projects are currently under development? Can you more deeply describe your plans for Ukraine and what kind of sources you can use for develop these projects?
Thank you. Good question. Last year, we, together with EDSO, this is European DSO Association, developed a big plan. This is like a plan for how to rebuild DSO infrastructure of Ukraine according to EU standards. And this is a big pile of documents, technical documentation, which is completely finished. And we started communicating to the government and to our international partners regarding the financing. And we would like to introduce the first pilot project on the basis of Kyiv region. We would like to pilot on Irpin district, which includes Irpin, Bucha, and Gostomel, the first cities which were occupied during the beginning of the war, then liberated, huge destruction, and we need to rebuild until the stage where we stand before the war, but the aim is to modernize, not only to have what we had before the war, but to modernize. We need to be aligned with the European Union. This is the first project. The second direction which we are investing, this is a renewable sector, and we are concentrating our efforts at this moment of time on wind farm. And we are building Telegulska wind power station, and 2 more stations are in our development, and the development stage will be finished next year. So in total, we plan to build in Ukraine another 1.5 gigawatt of renewable generation.
1.5 gigawatts.
Gigawatts, yes, yes. And what is also probably mentioned to say, actually, we started working on different development projects with our partners. For example, we submitted 2 applications with Japanese companies, Hitachi and Toshiba. We would like to start with them bringing new technology into Ukraine, which is important. And these are very concrete projects. If we are supported by UNIDO, a Japanese organization, we will start this immediately. Also, we start talking with Toshiba how we can deploy their experience, their technology across the country with support possibly of JICA. And my friend Toru Kobakayava, yes, we are communicating, and probably we will have some good results, but we are in the process of preparation of our strategy. And I think that the big document, big plan for energy sector of Ukraine is needed. And as I said, we have to start thinking about that and drafting it.
Maybe you will plan to create some joint ventures with some Japanese companies, because we understand their level of technology development more higher than Ukraine.
Yes, we are open to discussion. Yes, why not?
It's great news. Thank you. And next question for Mr. Aliyev. You also very deep describe a lot of issues about your activities, but main questions from my side. Which initiatives do you consider most efficient for strengthening civil society for Ukraine? Because we understand that Soviet Union times destroyed civil society generally, and now we're in process develop this group and base for Ukraine, not just society, it's just for the future of Ukraine. And what is most important and most interesting projects you can present here in Ukraine next time?
Yeah, thank you for your question. And I will start from the Renaissance Foundation, from this side, and we'll talk about projects inside. The most important initiatives for civil society is, of course, long-term initiatives, not just initiatives that have only very bright flash.
Not quick wins.
Of course, yeah. And it means that we should support the initiatives that involve participation of civil society actors into active life. And we should also support initiatives that build horizontal connections between institutions and organizations, because it's one of the main issues that make Ukraine's civil society resilient. If you talk about international affairs, yeah, and the projects of Ukraine Institute abroad, now we develop a few new directions. First direction is connections with countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. It's a totally new direction, not only for Ukraine Institute, but to be honest, to our country. Yeah, because it's about building, starting to building this trust between societies, and it means that we also changing perception to our country from these sides. That's why our first projects already started in Brazil, in Indonesia, in South Africa. Hope that in December we'll participate in one of the biggest literature festival in Mexico, etc., etc., etc. Second, what's important when we talk about Ukraine and voices about Ukraine, now is the time to decolonize the knowledge about Ukraine. That's why we are working with we started the International Coalition, Global Coalition for Ukraine Studies. And we started support Ukrainian studies abroad in different universities, in different academic centers. And when we talk about a long-term perspective, from my perspective, it's one of the core issues to give more possibilities to academia, learn and study us more deeper.
Okay, thank you very much. It's very important. And one short questions with possible short answers for all panelists here. How do you see the role of international donors in ensuring sustainable recovery of Ukraine, and what specific steps do you think are necessary to improve coordination between donors and local initiatives, if it's possible? Who can ready? You can use my.
Donors are the immediate support that we need. Donors are the guidance and advice, but once again, not more than an impulse. It's not going to be our backbone, for sure. It's going to be us or no one else. That's for sure. Very quickly about the coordination. So now, there were several attempts of the government to create the coordination mechanisms, and now we're seeing the so-called SWG, sector working groups, that are created with each ministry really on, I think, 11 different sectors. So Ministry of Finance is actually leading all that process, but from the good examples of, because it's now only establishing, right, and we'll see how it will work out in upcoming months. But from the good example, and I think Alexei will also contribute to this question, we saw how the coordination worked with the energy area, right? That was quite effective, because a lot of activities, a lot of donations, a lot of donors, organizations, needs, etc., and the way that coordination worked and works as well is actually quite efficient and could become an example.
Good answer, thank you. Alexei, maybe you next.
Yes, what we see in the energy sector is that the support of donors and partners is evolving. Now they are much more coordinated if we compare the first year of the war. So they talk to each other, they understand the needs of the energy sector pretty well, and they support. What I would like to propose here is like example of UNDP. We don't need maybe for the future the project-based approach. We need program for the modernization of energy sector in Ukraine.
But program connected with strategy, long-term strategy of the countries.
Yes, and of course under the program we will require financing like Ukraine facility, other sources, and this is inevitable. We must start doing that.
It's a very important issue because the program not just connect with long-term strategy. Strategy will include all sectors of Ukraine economy. And if we're talking about just energy sector, it's not enough for understanding what kind of projects we can use without understanding what kind of sectors of economy we will have in Ukraine next 5, 10, 15 years.
energy sector, this is like a background. When you would like to build walls and roof and windows in the house, you have to have the background, and without that you will not be able to build. And of course, this is like the direction from one side and from another side as well. So the businesses will have to say where they will need capacity, in which region, how much. And I think we have, after the war, we will have just an excellent chance to build from the scratch. Now you may know that in Europe, some businesses, some companies wait for the connection to the grid 7 years. And in Ukraine, from our starting position, we can actually think, plan, and realize such projects and allow businesses to come to Ukraine. But of course, we need, during elaboration of the strategy, we need to organize a good discussion with business. Thank you.
Super. Thank you. Yes, it's
just a quick remark on this one. Definitely agree that one of the main challenges that, honestly speaking, we're seeing at the moment that governments, civil society, businesses have to act in a reactive mode. This is just logical, you know, we're all reacting to the immediate challenges, what's going on right here, right now, trying to put down the fires. But in reality, the only way we can actually survive all these horrors is actually to find our long-term plan. And this is something which donors and civil society, and national government has to come up with.
It's important, thank you. And Mr. Kabayakawa? Can you continue our conversation?
Yes. Yeah. What I wanted to say was already mentioned by other parties, but yeah, I think donors need to involve more local private sectors so that they can be more efficient. Maybe the reconstruction process needs to be followed by a fair and transparent bidding process when it comes to the infrastructure process. So maybe that kind of practice, business practice, also needs to be disseminated widely, shared widely within the Ukraine construction sector, particularly. So yeah, that's what we try to do.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Aliyev?
The main thesis is about synergy between donors, civil society, government, but also business. Yeah, because it's 4 pillars that helps Ukraine run and helps Ukraine recovery. And also, of course, from my perspective, it's important to see and to develop Ukrainian identity. And when we talk about human development, it's important because it's about preventing a split in society. And for now, it's one of the main issues if we talk about our internal tasks.
Thank you, colleagues, very much. Our time is finished, and I want to say a few final words. Okay, as we conclude our panel discussion, I would like to thank each of our panelists for their valuable insight and contributions today. Your expertise is crucial as we work towards sustainable recovery for Ukraine. I also want to express my gratitude to the organizers of the International Sustainability Forum 2024 for facilitating this important conversation. Thank you all for joining us today. We hope you found this session informative and inspiring as we continue to support Ukraine's path to recovery. Enjoy the rest of the forum. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Anatoly. Thank you so much, dear panelists. It was really great to hear this deep dive into such important topics. Thank you so much and have a good day today, and thanks for joining us. А ми будемо рухатись далі. Тому що
And we continue now because we still have 2 panels to go. But before we start talking about how to attract money, because for 2 panels we were talking about basic things where we start, but we have the most important question: how to attract money to Ukraine, how to make this money work. Because one of the speakers mentioned that it's very good to sit here in a hotel and talk about recovery, but we should start doing something. So today we will have speakers who will speak about how to attract investments. And our next speaker is Florian Andrews, expert for sustainable and cluster management and circular economy, member of the Association of Sustainable Development. So how is the EU attracting private money for the green transformation? The floor is yours. Okay. Now,
do you have my slides? I was supposed to talk about money and the European Union, and I changed the title a little bit. Can I do the clicking? Or I just have to clean up. I just change it to what can Ukraine make out of it. And when I came over here, I came with a night train from Odessa tonight, this morning, and I walked over to the hotel. I thought, well, is this the right question to ask? And I thought, well, maybe the right question to ask is, what the heck are we doing here? And what is it all for? You know? So we heard this morning already, it's ambitious, or we have to be ambitious, but it is complicated. We have to be reactive, but we have to have a foresight and stuff like that. So I thought about, let's do a really rush in 10 minutes, and I would like to present you an example about Europe, money, and what you can do out of it. So that's my idea I would like to present to you. I have 20 slides, so it's really fast we're going, because I don't want to keep you here longer as necessary, because lunch is waiting. And
we will come down a little bit.
Okay. I don't know if you remember this situation. This was December 11, 2019, and this lady presented the Green Deal. So what was the situation? She presented the Green Deal. The situation was Ursula von der Leyen wanted to become the head of the Commission. So she had to present something to the Parliament. That's my program. If you elect me as a head of the Commission, that's my program I'm going to work on. That's the situation. So the Green Deal was something which didn't come up out of the work of the European Union. It was something which was coming from the outside to the European Union. This was the first logo of the new Green Deal, but it was based on stuff which has been published 5 years earlier. 2014, the World Economic Forum published this Global Risk, the 9th edition. What is the World Economic Forum? It's a private organization for international companies, basically. What they do, they ask the companies, what is important for you? What do we have to discuss? Whom do we have to invite in our Davos meetings so we can do some kind of campaigning for subjects, or we can discuss relevant topics. And they always ask, what are the risks? And this World Economic Forum, they are always asking the risk for the ninth time. Today they do it every year. But in 2014 it was this list of 10, I'm sorry you can't see really it, of 10 risks. And you see there are number 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8 are the so-called ESG risks. And if you have a broader approach to ESG, you can put 1 to 10 as ESG risks. So it was very clear in 2014, we have a problem in the economy. So what the problem is showing in this chart. On the left-hand side, you have the impact down, it's low impact, up, it's high impact. And the likelihood, will the risk occur or not? So the question is, if you're in the top right corner, the likelihood is high, the risk will occur, and we will have a big impact. So we have to do something. This is 2014. And what you see are the ESG risks are all on the right-hand side up top there. So ESG was already 5 years before Ursula von der Leyen offered the Green Deal for the European Union, was on the desks of everybody. But that's not all. We just skip this over. The next source from 2014, from the same time, was the IPCC. I don't know if you're familiar with the IPCC. The IPCC is an intergovernmental panel on climate change. What they do is basically they cover and monitor the research on climate change. They're not looking into the documents in a way that they test them. They are looking what is the output. And they research, who is doing what kind of research, where are the results similar, and stuff like that. So they published this IPCC report number 5 in 2014, and it clearly stated that adaptation policy has been developed with some adaptation planning in Europe, but it's just developed. There's nothing really, there's no process for it. It is just a mixture, it's a polite formulation for some people are doing some good stuff. That's it. So you have the IPCC report who says many people are doing many good things against climate change, and you have the economic voices, the worldwide voices, to say, hey, we have a problem. There are risks coming up on our economy. So now the question is, what are you going to do with it? And there, going back to the Global Risk Report, it was very clear that if you're bring it into politics, you need some kind of framework to do so. And that was what Ursula von der Leyen discovered and understood, that you have to combine all this kind of efforts against climate change. So, and one of the impulses was here, also on this Global Risk Report, they say, well, we are losing the younger generation because they don't know where they belong to, what is important, because they see all the risks, they're confronted with it, even before COVID. And now, we have a situation where we have to tackle it. That's what is the message since 2014. And Ursula von der Leyen understood it and said, that's a political program. Let's do something out of it. And that was the idea of the basic idea of the Green Deal. So the question is now, why am I going to tell you that? I was supposed to talk about, for example, this kind of diagram. So if you see on the left-hand side, I hope you can see it, the dark blue is the EU budget for the tackling the climate change. It's 503 billion, and it's many more. So it's 1 trillion from the side overall. 500 is coming from the EU, and the rest is investment from the private side. So the idea was, okay, when we're going to tackle climate change in a framework, the framework has to be in a kind that the framework is kicking off private money, kicking off to involve the people. But the problem is, and that's a European Union problem, to involve people is quite difficult. Anyways, if you see it here, the IPCC, the World Economic Forum, they're bringing it all to Ursula von der Leyen, and she developed the idea of the Green Deal with taxonomy and stuff like that. So why am I going to tell you that? Because you're in the same situation. Ukraine is in the same situation as Ursula von der Leyen 2019. Because if you're looking on Ukraine as a startup, you can discover 4 points which are the starting points for a brilliant future of, and I'm really not exaggerating, for a brilliant future of Ukraine. The first one, in the point of view of a startup, is what the Global Risk Report told Ursula von der Leyen. We have here, the day one after the victory, the rebuilding phase will start in a tremendous way. It will change the country. But there will be one day, and you all know this day. We don't know the date, but you know the day. So like a startup, you know, I have a brilliant idea, and I will go to market, and sometime I will, I will have the breakthrough. So there is, number one, what you need as a successful startup, a vision of time. The second thing is regulation. That's what the IPCC says, or brought to Ursula von der Leyen. We all know then from day one after victory, the regulation will be somehow European. How much, we don't know yet. But there is a European kind of nucleus within the Ukrainian framework and regulation. So everything you will do will be focused on what is coming from Brussels. So and this is the second important thing for a startup. What is the market and what is the, what kind of regulation is on this market? You all know that. There's nothing new to you. You all know that, probably not in this tiny things, but in the overall vision. And the third one is the money. That's what was Ursula von der Leyen brought on the table. And that's the same here. From day one, there's so much money on the table of Ukraine. It is hard to get. No doubt. With my companies, I try to apply for grants and stuff like that. It is not easy, I can tell you. But the money is there. And the idea that the money is going to kick off more private money is also on the table. So if you put this all together as a startup, you need and you have a story. You have a story to tell because you're a startup for the European Union. Why? Because you can become the front runner of sustainability in the European Union. That is a position which is not yet taken. Not from Germany, not from France, not from Denmark or the Scandinavian companies. This is your unique position you can go to become the front runner for sustainability. And what does it mean? That means that Ukraine has a value creation and value change within the country based on sustainable frameworks which are creating jobs and expertise within Ukraine for a mass market. Bringing sustainability into the mass market is key for Ukraine, in my vision, and even more key for the European Union. And that's the reason we're doing all this kind of conferences and discussions here, because we have a lack of mass market sustainability. Everybody has it. But here we can solve this kind of problem in Ukraine. And this is the way I would like to go with you, and that's the reason I'm here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Florian. I just want to say that, it was really impressive because this is like a real approach, and your presentation is like, TEDx presentation, right? And I think like everyone enjoys this, right? So we just, it's awesome,
Thank
right?
You.
Thank you so much. Do we have some questions? Any questions? No? But we need your presentation. We need to send your presentation to everyone, just to make sure that... You had the question? Yeah. Great.
Thank you so much for such an inspiring and engaged position. Yeah, that's really heartwarming. I have a question. You told that there will be European regulations after the day we have a victory. So what is the key motivation for our businesses? How to motivate them now to use these ESG policies? Because no one knows when the day will come, but they should do something today.
That's right. And I don't have an answer on this kind of question, because to translate this kind of TED talk, thank you very much for this word, it is not that easy. Of course not. If it would be easy, you would already do that. The idea is, there are two things. The number one is, you have to know that you won't get any kind of credits or any kind of loans or any kind of money from the European side if you are not sustainable. And this is not because everybody in Western Europe is sustainable. No, that's not true. Of course not. Because most of the people, they don't want to be sustainable because it is a change in life. Nobody wants to change his life. But the regulation says it. 80% of the national regulation in Germany regarding sustainability is coming from Brussels. 80%. All the other parts of the legislation, let's say traffic or health and insurance and stuff like that, it's only 1/3 or 20%, something like that. But in sustainability, 80% is coming from Brussels, from the parliament. So you know already what they want. It's clear, it's written down. It's not easy to read, it's not fun to read, but it is on the table. So to know that and to accept that, that's the way we have to go. And I'm not sure if we have to change minds. I think I'm not a friend of changing minds, I have to admit. But to show opportunities and to work on alternative ways, that would be probably a way to go.
Well, changes are always hard. But we need to change, and let's hope we will have changes that will bring Ukraine to front runner of EU sustainability.
Yes.
So big applause to Florian once again. Thank you. And please actually read, even if it's not a fun part. So, and please join us for lunch.
Ми повертаємося о 13-й годині, тому сильно дуже далеко не ходіть. А наші онлайн-глядачі
We'll be resuming at 1300 hours. There'll be 2 more panels dedicated to sustainable financing for.
Фокус Медіа – це аналітика головних подій, новини в Україні і в усьому світі. З 2006 року і дотепер. Кожна деталь має значення. Читайте, дивіться, слідкуйте. Будьте в фокусі основних подій. Фокус Медіа – це аналітика головних подій, новини в Україні і в усьому світі. З 2006 року і дотепер. Кожна деталь має значення. Читайте, дивіться, слідкуйте. Будьте в фокусі основних подій. Фокус Медіа – це аналітика головних подій, новини в Україні і в усьому світі. З 2006 року і дотепер. Кожна деталь має значення. Читайте, дивіться, слідкуйте. Будьте в фокусі основних подій.
Dear guests, again, I'm speaking for you now, yes. So can you please, can I call your colleagues, please, yeah, finish their coffee, and we are going to have our next panel. Oh yeah, let's talk about the Association of Sustainable Development first. Why are we here today? Because the organizer of this event is ASDE, an international community association of sustainable development, bringing together specialists in the sphere of sustainable development and implementation of sustainable decisions in various economy sectors and in various spheres of our life: environment, energy, education, economy, and financial sector. We have a lot of partners during this event, and we have to mention them in the end, but I would like to mention several projects implemented by the ASDE, including supporting the youth who are members of sustainable programs, and training courses that are provided by association, and the association has its own academy, and we are going to tell you more about that, because the key task of this community, and we are going to talk a lot today and tomorrow at all events, because we use the sustainable based approach, because it's easier to work together, to overcome obstacles together. So we are going to tell you about the project. You can join, and those who are with us online today, you can join and receive the maximum benefits. But we are the ones who fund that. We cannot join it. Yeah, we cannot benefit from it because we pay for that. So attracting funding and partnership for sustainable development. What's to do best? Starting 2020, the international banks achieved great success gathering money for supporting Ukraine, including various financial tools, including joint investment projects such as financial guarantees and capital guarantees. And during this break, we were talking about UNIDA, which is a unique financial tool for loan guarantees for businesses and energy efficiency projects. It's marketplace. Yes, so we give money, and that's why we try to advertise ourselves. But now let's get serious and invite our panel members to discuss how to facilitate investments. And we are going to talk about possibilities for business in the key economic sectors, state support tools, and international support for access to investments. And we would like to invite Svetlana, who is the director of International Business Association. And we invite Gennady Bortnikov, a member of the board of the Entrepreneurship Development Foundation, Olena, who is the senior director, the CEO of MHP, Volodymyr Mudry, who is the head of the board, chair of the board of the Independent Bank Association, Verena Hart, deputy head of the department, Austria, and Yana Konyok, executive director of ASDE. Dear colleagues, I'm glad to greet everyone, and I would like to thank organizers for inviting me. Gennady will join us a little bit later, and I would like to remind you a little bit about some points made by Florian during his presentation. This is something I wanted to start with, because today the situation is that we have very strict regulations from the side of the European Union, climate regulations, which are not very pleasantly perceived by the business community, because that requires a lot of financial investments. But Florian mentioned, but no loan or additional funding will be provided to projects without sustainable development goals. It's almost impossible to receive funding for projects omitting that component. So we are going to discuss it with our speakers from various organizations. Adomos represents business, Volodymyr represents the banking sector, Olena represents the International Financial Corporation, and Verena represents the government, the Federal Ministry of Finance of Austria. So we're going to talk about the possibilities to attract capital to various projects, how to make these projects more attractive for investments, for businesses, to make what makes them more bankable, how banks adapt to introduction of new requirements, and how they adjust their funding projects. And Jana, as the executive director of the association, will present the research results carried out in this sphere. I would like to start with Olena Voloshina, IFC. Olena, if you're with us online, floor is yours. Olena. Dear colleagues, do we have Olena? No, she's not with us. Then, okay, let's start with banking and financial sector. Volodymyr, please tell us how banks adapt to new programs, which possibilities you provide for receiving financing, and what are the selection criteria, including projects. So, good afternoon, everyone. This is a quite vast topic, and you for Ukraine. So, I cannot say that everything works as necessary, and we have a lot of challenges in this sphere. Not all of them are visible or accessible at first sight, especially for banks, because on the one hand we have to reassess our loan process and include assessment of our customers and their implementation of sustainable development programs in their activities. On the other hand, we have to revise our risk management process. So we have to create additional capital reserves covering all these risks, not only ESG, but National Bank, for instance, discusses management of climate risks and the percentage of reserve the bank has to create for the situation of the climate change, and how to make the bank stable in changing conditions. As a member of an international banking group, we cannot stay aside of all the processes that are taking place in Europe, and even if they are seemingly unrelated to our activities, but now we mentioned that in 2024 all companies with open stock exchange listing are supposed to submit audited reporting on their politics, rules and regulations in the sustainable development sphere. And as members of this group, we have to prepare a separate report and submit all these materials and data that will be part of the OTP group reporting package. Additionally, these data will be audited, so we have to submit and report, and we have to prove the reliability of the provided data. All these policies and reports in the sustainable development sphere have two challenges, and the first one being the green dressing, when companies submit not quite relevant data, or green wishing, when companies present something which is not quite actual. So everything that is submitted now has to be verified by auditors, and it's a double challenge for us because we are going to submit this group standard report for the first time, and the second challenge is that documents will be audited by one of the biggest auditing companies. As to our custom, and the second aspect with regard to the bank is that of course it's more related to European headquarters, but attracting money in open markets, I'm talking about issuing bonds, it's not possible without a green component, and the OTP bank emitted green bonds over recent years, and as a result these funds can be used only for loans of projects that have a sustainable development component. As to Ukraine, until recently the situation has not been developing very actively because everybody knew that sustainable development programs had to be implemented, but because of the war many had this question how relevant and timely such projects were. 579 donors, the World Bank does not let us say that something is not relevant in the current conditions, so businesses will participate in 579 programs, and a lot will depend on businesses' implementation of the sustainable development criteria. The second partner all banks have today is the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and that bank also has a list of criteria for reporting. So as Ukrainian banks, we have to demonstrate the level and the area in which our portfolio works and how our portfolio contributes to sustainable development. Again, we have this pressure from the side of our international partners, and even yesterday we thought it was something very, very distant, but today it's our reality. Starting of the 1st of January 2025, the criteria for 579 programs will include a questionnaire survey among our customers regarding their implementation of sustainable development components. But again, we will have to submit our reports, which will be later on verified. The fund of loan guarantees determine the number of borrowers who will be randomly audited. So we provide all data to the auditors based on the results of our assessment of our partners, and then the auditing company will verify our reports, our assessment results. So that's part of our everyday work. We have a special department in our bank that is responsible for ongoing analysis of all the questionnaires. On the one hand, why banks? Again, we all understand that we cannot do that without banks, because we are talking a lot about our needs, but we are all human beings, and without this sense of urgency, honestly, we're not really willing to provide it at the necessary pace.
So mandatory reporting under EU criteria, and the bank's obligation to introduce the same standards with regard to their clients, the banks acting as well overseas, and those who push lenders to act accordingly. You know, thank you. Well, it looks like you are an ambassador of those standards. I am Hennady. Thanks for joining. Let me pass on to you. We have initiated a discussion as to the challenges that businesses may face while trying to access funding for sustainable development. What other challenges that may exist with regard to the introduction of social standards in Ukraine? Hi. Look, I think even medium-sized businesses can mobilize resources in the market, not necessarily from the banks or from IFIs. There are programs around, but lenders indeed try to discipline the borrowers. My fund that I am honored to be representing here. We have other experts attending. I invite you to find them. Would confirm there are issues with implementing the standards at the level of banks and individual businesses. I, for instance, will not talk about greenwashing, so to speak, disguising when an enterprise poses as green, using green dairy technologies, but as a matter of fact it's an ordinary technology making no difference, nothing green about it. It's just indeed kind of a disguise that as a matter of fact may suit the interest of less exacting lenders or banks. But I'll be talking about something different. At our fund, we are currently implementing a pilot. How does this clicker work? So we are now doing a pilot within the framework of a RISE World Bank's project. Money is provided to the national budget, and then they are converted to subsidies to individual enterprises. As of December the 1st, you have heard about it, its requirements with regard to standardization are coming into effect mandatorily. Well, initially they planned to do that as of September the 1st, but the banks, even the leaders amongst them, have been trying to implement these standards for 10 years without any significant success. Now everyone is supposed to do that. By the way, some of the skills are bought by the competition. So we have 36 active banks, but the core of the loan portfolio under 579 RISE is probably made of 12 or 14 banks at best, and they are all at different level of readiness. Well, this doesn't mean to say that nothing is happening in October and November. No, the figure is growing. For instance, agriculture, agri-processing, and food. It's easier to comply with the exceptions because most limitations extend to energy, to something which is not related to the businesses active in agriculture, farming. But there are some things that need to be heeded. We are more concerned with staffing, institutional capacity, and risk classification. Now to the issues, staffing issues, front office risk managers skills need to be trained, and generally where do you get people to fill the vacancies? Banks use two approaches. Some try to get skills that are available, others select candidates who are then trained or retrained. The second option is probably more popular because it's not at all easy to find someone with an experience of bank projects. Most of those experts have experience in energy efficiency, but if you try to find someone matching the skills of agriculture or food processing, generally speaking, as I indicated earlier, we are talking about RISE, but currently a RISE project is in the making. And we are expected to identify potential borrowers. RISE will embrace all other sectors, transportation, industry, logistics, commerce, trade. There's a significant amount of loans and borrowers and trade, so they'll essentially be working with the banks, asking them to provide information on their borrowers. The sample isn't that big, about 100 businesses. In earlier December, it should be complete, and this is a condition precedent to opening finances. Excuse me, Hennady, and how a company with a project proposal can apply. Human and users, borrowers. Well, this is something that I was going to cover now. No sense fearing blacklists and effectively no access to financing. No. At different fora or discussions, we could establish that banks try to, well, to train their, so to speak, customers, provide them with guidelines, manuals. For clients, for bank clients, it is a serious issue because bigger companies have relevant experience. They know what environmental, social standards, but for majority of customers, it is something new. They themselves need to appoint someone, designate a person who will be responsible for environmental, social standards. Best option, if you ask me. Yes, there are outside experts, you can retain them, or there are consultancies who tend to work with larger enterprises, but I think that might want to consider invitations from smaller scale enterprises and even your competition. I expect them to be willing to share their experience. Other issues, additional burden on businesses, it's like financial monitoring requirements, all those procedures, but this is inevitable. You can't do without following these procedures. In order to complete them, certification, effect calculations takes some effort. Some enterprises do ESG transformation. If you want to survive in the market and scale up, you should adopt these standards. Plus disclosure. It's not just accounting records. It's many other things pertaining to financial reporting. It's the road shows, IPOs, for instance. You know, the Ukrainian proverb goes, not every cook knows how to serve, and this is where companies need to learn how they may best sell their green or social projects, and that's why I'm saying that you need to think how to train relevant skills in-house. Plus, like I said, this carries its cost. It's not a rating, it's sustainable financing assessment under various heads to be able to show where the money will go, how they'll be taken account of, how they'll be reported. Well, they are relatively new aspects. Earlier on you could just find a nice lender and deal with him, but in our case you need to do public verification, and the first challenge I wanted to mention, introducing things like that at wartime may look like premature, and enterprises, banks aren't ready or do not seem to be ready, but the money won't come unless you comply with those new requirements. Now, question is, what about businesses who are relatively high risk? Unfortunately not acceptable. Even higher risk is not acceptable for most programs. So you may ask what Class A is. Well, transactions involved in business associated with unacceptable consequences, such as irreversible damage to basic environment, ethnic minorities, relocation of population, or impact on important cultural property. So the essential considerations for enterprises. This ushers a new era in their cooperation with those institutions that are authorized to produce environmental impact assessment documents. Earlier on this didn't exist. Thank you, I'm sorry, but I have to interrupt you.
I have to stop you here. I'm sorry. Probably we will go back to this question as well. Yeah. I'll finish here. I gave you just example about business transformation and changes and new opportunities for insurance. So we should be optimistic, looking into the future and be ready. And every day we should make small steps towards our goal. Yes, I will ask you to come up with your questions. We will go back to you, but I see Verena is with us.
We're happy to have you on board. Do you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear, and it's a wonderful connection.
Great. Verena, we have already touched upon some opportunities for businesses to get finances. What Austrian government does, in particular via Federal Ministry of Finance, what programs do you have to support the sustainable projects in Ukraine? Maybe what challenges you have in terms of, selecting the projects in Ukraine, because they have obviously high risk. But please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much. And first, let me thank you and the organizers for the kind invitation. And I really would have loved to come in person, as I know Kyiv since the early 1990s. And unfortunately, I have an obligation tomorrow in the west of Austria, so it was not possible with the train journey. But I hope to come to Kyiv rather soon. You asked me about what we have done, what Austria has done. I mean, we have mobilized some 250 million euros, but I mean, this has been bilateral financial and humanitarian aid. And on top of it, we are obviously supporting the comprehensive financial package within the EU and through the EU budget. This implies as well that we are very much supporting the reforms which Ukraine is committed to under these very difficult circumstances. And I think this is the key pillar for the private sector to invest. And here we really rely, and much has been said already, on international financial institutions like the World Bank or part of the World Bank, the IFC or the EBRD. And we kind of see these institutions as being key in the reconstruction, in the sustainable and green reconstruction of Ukraine, but as well in kind of creating the conducive environment for the private sector to invest and train, for example, Ukrainian banks in, and I have to say, it's difficult not only for Ukrainian banks, but as well for European and Austrian banks to cope with a lot of regulatory demands based on EU regulations. So, I mean, we are very happy that the IFC, for example, is able to provide training, capacity building through Green Banking Academy, etc. And that is why we kind of decided to invest around 85 million euro via the EBRD, the World Bank Group, and here especially the World Bank and the IFC via SPUR, which is one kind of program, and the URTF, but as well very dedicated support via the IFC. And moreover, you asked me what we kind of do as well bilaterally. Moreover, the Ministry of Finance has now set up the Ukraine facility to offer risk coverage to Austrian businesses engaged or re-engaging with the Ukraine public sector. And in the private sector, we are constantly reviewing our cover policy to provide the maximum support. And here we kind of team up as well with international financial institutions such as IFC or MIGA. So in terms of climate finance, as I already touched upon, we see World Bank and the IFC as really key partners to promote this. And we kind of hope that the funding we are providing with other donors, which is pooled with financial institutions like the IFC or World Bank, because they have the expertise, they are present on the ground, they have long-standing relations with the private sector in Ukraine, that this funding can enable the banking sector in Ukraine to kind of further implement green financial products in order to foster, hopefully, a green and very high qualitative reconstruction of Ukraine and the Ukrainian businesses. So I think that the financial sector, and much has been said about it, is key in this endeavor. And in Austria, I mean, we not only kind of provide financing via trust funds of these international institutions, covering many topics or many sectors like climate smart agriculture, or I already touched upon enhancing capacity in green banking, or kind of helping Ukrainian banks to implement the necessary regulatory reforms with regards to be able to issue green bonds, etc. But we kind of help or try to help as well with regards to sustainable and infrastructure, which kind of has an impact with regards to the energy transformation. And we are happy as well to team up and share experience and research and innovation in the climate space. So I hope that today's discussion will bring new ideas and will showcase some best practices. And finally, I would like to really thank the Association of Sustainable Development Experts of Ukraine and the many dedicated partners for organizing this event. And I hope to be in Ukraine soon. Thank you.
Oh, we hope as well. Verena, thank you very much for your contribution, and thank you very much for the support you provide to Ukraine and to Ukrainian businesses in particular. Verena згадувала кілька разів своїх
Verena mentioned the partners such as International Financial Corporation. Do we have Olena Voloshina with us? No, she has not joined online. Then again, Verena, thank you so much for being with us today. And it has been mentioned several times during our discussion how difficult it is for businesses, in particular in the current situation during hostilities, how difficult it is because all investments are very, very high risk, and insurance was mentioned several times. But again, it is a question how accessible insurance mechanisms are, and nevertheless, we have to deal with our current problems and challenges, such as urgent repairs of some infrastructural objects. Despite of that, we still have to look forward, and we have to think strategically. And strategic planning today is not possible without taking SDGs into consideration. Last week we had research with support of European Business Association. We presented the results of research, and we found out that a lot of companies are ready to go to the EU markets, which is again impossible without ESG and green component. But these projects, how viable are they? How bankable are they from the point of view of our bank experts? How reliable, how interesting they are in terms of potential investments? So, are they interesting for businesses? 5 years ago, before we started this rapid movement towards European integration, in our associations we had companies who approached us talking about the green agenda. I'm talking about large industrial companies, agro-industrial companies. More than 5 years ago, they established the Industrial Environment Committee, and we have an active participant of that committee. So I would like to continue to discuss this topic, these projects from the point of view of businesses.
Government or other partners may help businesses to transform this project, to make this project more bankable and commercially interesting for businesses. And can you also provide some examples of the projects you already have and how you do them commercially interesting?
Okay, thank you, Svetlana. You mentioned, and not only you, but also colleague Volodymyr mentioned about bankable projects. So first of all, when we talk about bankable, I think that the most important component of those projects have to be profitable, because if they are not profitable, then it doesn't matter what type of sustainability component you have, they will not pass credit committee, because projects have to be value creating projects. So for us, for MHP, it's easy because our business very directly related with sustainability. In what sense? I will explain. In general, meat producers don't have a very good reputation because some people say that they are not good for environment, which I think is a very big misinformation, because not all meat producers are the same. Poultry production is very, very efficient. It's the most efficient way to produce protein. And compared, for example, with beef, on average, industry per kilogram of meat emits 10 times less CO2 emissions than beef, for example. But MHP is actually twice less than industry standard. So we are 20 times less than beef on average. So we're very efficient. And for us, first of all, sustainability component goes together with the efficiency, because the more efficient you are, the less energy you use, the better is for environment. So we look again to sustainability through commerce, and we are very efficient because at the very beginning we planned our production facilities. They are built in a way that our production units are in very let's say proximity to each other, so we don't waste unneeded energy for transportation and so on. And we also have a circular economy. We grow feed, not feed, but grain. We produce feed of that grain, then we feed this feed to our chickens. Then we have manure. We produce energy of that manure, and what's left of the energy production, we use as fertilizers. So everything makes lots of sense in terms of sustainability, but also makes sense in terms of commerce. Sometimes we need in certain steps government to come in and provide certain stimuli. For example, producing energy from manure is very expensive. we produce green gas, biomethane, which is the same as natural gas, but production cost of this gas is more than what natural gas costs. So we have to have a market where we can sell this gas at premium, at premium to gas. And very good that Europe has this market. Ukraine currently does not have this market, so we have to export. And then these projects become profitable. So to me, the key thing is that we will never be able to avoid any greenwashing if the projects that we do, they will not be commercially viable. Government has to create incentives for sustainability to be profitable. And again, at the very beginning, when MHP was built, we started this way. And our philosophy is built in this way, that sustainability is actually money. In terms of maybe a few projects that we do, I think that the most notable is this biomethane production. We are right now building 2 facilities. We will be the biggest in Ukraine and one of the biggest in Europe. And we plan even more facilities, and with time I think we will be biggest in Europe in terms of biomethane production, which makes a lot of sense because you take the methane, which from manure will go into atmosphere, and methane, as you know, is a very aggressive gas, is 20 times more aggressive than CO2. We capture that methane, we use it as energy, and then we get fertilizers that are organic fertilizers. We don't need to use any chemical fertilizers. So I think this example is very good where sustainability meets business.
Great, but have you managed to attract any finance for these projects already?
Yes, of course. But again, if our projects will not be profitable, then it will not be possible to attract any funding. The fact that they are profitable, and when you have projects that are profitable, then funding is not a problem. You will have always a line of creditors that will be willing, especially if those projects are green, you will have a line of projects of creditors to finance them. So the key is find something that makes sense financially, and then you will not have any problems with funding.
So incentives from the government, I mean some tax incentives or whatsoever would be like a key to make them profitable.
Yes, or for example, we talk lots about sustainability, and sometimes it's talks because we don't do our homework. We use fossil fuels. We always emit CO2, and we don't pay for that, right? So this is cheating. And if governments would introduce CO2 tax, which will be a real tax, because right now we have it, but it's not real because it's so minor, it does not affect anything. So then using fossil fuels will be become very expensive, and then you will look for other alternatives, and other alternatives then will be financially viable. So it's easy to solve certain things, but we need government to step in. Businesses can do many things, but not everything, because rules have to be the same for everyone. Because if, for example, MHP will be investing in projects that will be destroying value, right? We won't be able to compete in the market. We'll just go bankrupt. But if we have the same rules for everyone, for example, that CO2 emission costs money, then the market will very easy and very fast find ways on how to reduce those CO2 emissions.
Thank you. Level playing field for all businesses to compete and make these projects more profitable with support of the government incentives or additional regulations. Thank you, Adamos. Ми повернемось ще з раундом питань.
We will have yet another round of questions. I understand that some of them crop up as we go, but before, let me ask Yana to tell us about the survey you did. Well, it's great that I have a chance to kind of summarize. In fact, we are talking not just ESG, we are talking about banks, our association, ASDE, we are co-organizers forum. We carried out an interesting survey in order to show how ESG standards are implemented in the banking sector. And let me say thank you to our partners, Volodymyr, Dmitro, who helped us along. The survey allowed us to reveal some of the important findings. We analyzed about 21 banks that helped us identify some of the key factors or challenges impeding in introduction of ESG in the operational activities of banks. Most data were collected through interviews. We developed a questionnaire using IFC approach, the methodology, and we wanted to see how banks implement ESG in their work. We are currently working on the final report. By the end of a week, we hope to make it available, but there are some findings that we are ready to share now. There were 4 sections: ESG strategy in banking activities, more generally how motivated the banks are in introducing all this in their activities. Sections 2 and 3 were more specific. So talking about ESG in banking, almost 12 of the banks we surveyed demonstrated that they are aware of ESG principles and are working to implement them in their activities using different strategies. At least another 6 banks showed that they have well-developed banking products for sustainable financing, and 5 other banks work with IFIs and are expected to implement their guidelines and their activities. Now, to environment, we ask the banks about environmental implementation, progress, challenges. Yes, they all indicated that lack of skills, figures are high. The banks also stated that many customers are not aware of those initiatives. During the first panel, it was highlighted that ESG is not why but when. Very good that regulators, banking are in active communication, desirous to implement it in their activity. Social comes next. 5 of the banks have established clear criteria for integrating social in their portfolios. About 7 banks have a clear social policy. In other words, 33% of the banks all take care of diversity, equality. 29 are developing programs like that, but the remainder has no programs in place. The 4th section is more about management and governance. We singled out 3 groups with strong integration, partial integration, or very limited or no integration. 6 banks have successfully integrated ESG strategies. Another 5 or 6 are working on it. 8 to 10 banks, unfortunately, almost the majority, have no clear ESG implementation strategy. In summary, I'd like to indicate that the survey showed noticeable differences between the leaders and the so to speak, backbenchers, those who basically our association of sustainable development experts created a project that will seek to promote these standards in the banking sector. We want to create a platform conducive to attracting investment for various initiatives within our alliance. We are helping banks thanks to the National Bank of Ukraine and IFC for their methodology, because like I say, the survey has shown that lack of relevant knowledge is a critical impediment. I hope that we'll eventually be able to advance the banks towards better implementation of different ESG standards in their work. Thank you. Now is the time for questions. Oh, I see that Elena Voloshina has finally joined us. Thank you, Elena, for your information. We have heard from all the speakers. Artemis from MHP told us how important it is to make sure that projects are bankable, profitable, otherwise you are unlikely to get any investment. IFC, we know, is doing a lot in Ukraine, was doing a lot before the full-scale invasion, and thereafter refocused some of its activities. So what can you say about those activities and sustainable development effort? Your partners are present here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to see everyone, but I was confused with time, and that's why I was a little bit late joining you, because the initial schedule was for 2 o'clock, and now I think was this time changed, because in the Netherlands the time belt is different. So I'm very sorry. And
thank you very much for remembering the methodology that was used in Jana's research. That is very nice to hear that our methodology is being utilized in Ukraine. As you know, IFC's main mission in life is to bring private sector investment, not just from our own account, but more importantly, from the private sector sources. And this is required for the Ukrainian rebuild and for the economic growth, but also the way we do it is we do it in a sustainable way, and we do it making sure that the ENS agenda is adhered to. With this mission in mind, we continue to support the Ukrainian private sector even since the massive invasion started. We never stopped our operations, and since February of 22, we've invested more than $1.5 billion already into the Ukrainian economy. In December of 2022, the board of directors of IFC approved a special facility, a $2 billion facility, basically allowing us to provide this amount of financing to the Ukrainian private sector. The approach was phased. In the first phase, we were focusing mostly on export and import operations, on the liquidity support, on working capital financing, shorter term instruments. But gradually we moved into more of investment lending, into CapEx programs. We started to look at how we could support our existing and new clients in the agricultural sector space, in construction materials, in technology and IT. Now we're looking beyond, we're going into energy sector, we're going into transport, and of course we're mindful that the support is needed not only to the big ones, but also to the smaller and medium-sized companies. Smaller and medium-sized companies we usually support in partnership with financial institutions. A couple of examples. We are the biggest investor in Horizon Capital with $60 million of exposure. And Horizon Capital is investing in smaller and medium-sized tech companies. We are also able to provide co-financing with Horizon Capital, and we've already provided 5 million each into 2 Ukrainian IT companies, one Priply and the other one is Miratech. We've also partnered with local banks and leasing companies. And Volodymyr Mudry is on the panel. I'm very glad to see Volodymyr. We have very good partnership with OTP, both with OTP Bank and also with OTP Leasing. The partnership started with a risk-sharing facility for smaller and medium-sized companies with special focus on smaller farmers and women-owned businesses. Then we signed the OTP Leasing risk-sharing facility, and now we're moving into the energy space. We're trying to see how we could work with the bank to offer distributed energy solutions to the private sector clients of OTP Bank. About 200 million we've invested in Ukrainian agricultural sector. Very glad to see Adomus, because this was one of our landmark investments. Not only did we support the balance sheet improvement of MHP, but there's also a very climate-focused component of waste to energy with the biogas plant that is part of the financing package. All of this is only possible with the support of donor governments. So far, we mobilized about $750 million of donor funding. The largest donor is the European Union, but we also have bilateral financing from France, Japan, Netherlands, Switzerland, Belgium, and the UK. And we're also partnering with other bilateral and multilateral financial institutions like BII, DFC, EBRD, and others, because in the times of increased risks, and the war is an increased risk naturally, partnerships help us mitigate the risk and help us share the risk a little bit. We have a pretty healthy pipeline going forward for at least $1.5 billion. The most recent transaction that was signed just last week or 2 weeks ago was the largest foreign direct investment into Ukrainian economy. The French company NJJ entered the market, and we supported them with a financing package of $435 million jointly with EBRD to create a large telecoms operator for the acquisition of Lifecell and Data Group, but also for further CapEx development. Climate angle is very important. It is in every project that we do, it has a climate angle to it. Good example, the project that we had with MHP with waste to energy. But in addition to having it as an important component of any direct investment that IFC does, we're also trying to push for the climate agenda by providing analytical work. And as a good example of such analytical work, we're putting together a database of green construction materials that are available in Ukraine or would like to come to the Ukrainian market. Another example is the work that we're doing with OTP with the green energy solutions for banks. And of course, our ongoing advisory program that is possible, and thank you very much, Verena, for supporting us for so many years, with the government of Austria supporting all of our activity in the sustainable farming agenda that we have been providing for the last couple of years. A good example, in addition to the methodology that was already mentioned, is the Green Banking Academy. This is a place where financial institutions can get access to online instruments, but this is also a place where financial institutions can get individual consultations in the climate finance space. Ukraine certainly has huge potential when it comes to climate finance, whether it is through banks or direct financing. We see that a lot is happening in the renewable energy space, and we're also looking at how we could support that sector. We're seeing a lot of potential in waste to energy, and we're seeing a lot of potential in green construction. And of course, we're very happy to support Ukrainian private sector in all of these efforts. Thank you very much. And again, apologize for being late. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Дякую, Олена. Колеги, будь ласка, ваші запитання.
Thank you, Olena. Your questions? Okay, nothing. A lot of speakers mentioned a lack of human resources. The whole business, of course, it has this human capital hunger. Human capital is one of the barriers we have to deal with today, and any business in various sectors and industries mention this challenge. But today we're talking about a very specific topic, such as funding of ESG projects. Gennady mentioned that, and Volodymyr also was talking about the possibilities. So the question is, how do you see the possibilities to attract human resources, retraining, additional skills teaching, establishing academies, but we need these specialists today already. So I would like to encourage all colleagues, including Adonis,
for your sustainable projects, how to deal with them, how to develop them. Where do you find people, actually?
People is an issue in Ukraine right now. It's not easy, especially when you start something new. You need to build new team. It takes time. But also, I don't think that it's that big of a problem. Right now, for example, what we do in our company, we use artificial intelligence very intensively. And the pace of learning through artificial intelligence, it's amazing. What you needed before 3 months to understand, right now we need a few weeks to understand together with artificial intelligence. So we have tools that can train people very, very fast. And sometimes maybe academies right now not the best option. It's just buy 20 euros subscription ChatGPT, get the best model, ask right questions, and you will be able to understand your issue very, very quickly. So yes, it's a problem, but right now we have very, very good tools to train people very, very fast. And this is a new thing. We never had it before.
Great, thank you. Very interesting. Volodymyr.
Well, you know, whenever you try something new, it will all depend on how serious we are about it, whether we can develop, so to speak, centers of excellence. It is well known amongst those who pursued IT transformation. And before that, you remember, we espouse this philosophy of ongoing excellence, and we did it. We created, so to speak, a core skills that then disseminated them across all lines. With ESG, the same. We created a unit which is the center of excellence. We managed to hire a consultancy that have this knowledge. Now, as I am representing our association, I would like to say thank you to the IFC, to the EBRD. We know that special academies are created, banking academies that provide certified training. This is very good. Requirements change, and we have the ability to upgrade ongoing. By the way, conferences like ours are very instrumental. Last week, Bank convened a Sustainable Development Conference, inviting a good deal of banks, regulators, in order to share their experience and knowledge online and offline. Unfortunately, there is no universal recipe, but I agree there's a host of different tools and instruments, including AI. It is important to be committed. I'd agree with what you just said. Through training, through networking, through platforms like that, you can find people that are determined to introduce changes. Speaking of training, this year, incidentally, we were Ukraine's first to establish sustainable financing course. You mentioned about different forums and platforms, and I agree they are all very good at promoting understanding. Tomorrow we will continue our forum at The Hague, and I hope that it'll help us interact with international experts, learn from their experience, because there's substantial expertise around. You need that's a great way to find skills. Our specialists looked at how banks respond to their appetite for skills. It turned out that only 6 banks were looking for skills. Others sitting on the fence, kind of playing for time. Different banks, different attitudes, which came as a surprise. And now, regarding the staffing, both enterprises and banks have different issues with staffing. Last week I asked a representative of an enterprise. It was an enterprise in garbage waste treatment at Bucha. So I asked him, do you think you'd share your experience? Where did you get funding to implement your project? Yeah, he told me they accessed an EBRD loan, and the bank provided them with some technical assistance, but now they are ready to share their experience. As I was listening to the representative of MHP, I found out that most enterprises are quite open to this process. ESG introduction is a win-win basically process. Why did we have to postpone the dates, trying to meet banks halfway? Because we all wanted to make sure that the banks have level play field. Everybody starts. Leaders in this process may eventually lose because they will have stricter requirements for their customers. So some banks said, okay, give us another 3 months before we train personnel. We told them, look, we started this discussion back in March this year. You can't claim you only had 2 months for everything. No. So I was happy to see that the National Economics University was quick to respond by launching their master study. Some banks said, what do we do if we don't have 100% trained? No need. Find someone with relevant experience. Practice makes perfect. Eventually you'll be able to disseminate this experience inside and outside. Thank you very much. I would want to wrap up this panel by saying that by joining forces, by aligning the interests with those who do awareness events like ours makes Ukraine more credible in the eye of international partners and Ukrainian businesses more profitable. Thank you. Thank you, Svetlana. Thank you, our dear panelists. Thank you very much for a very interesting panel. Now, let me say that this year, jointly with ASDE, we launched Ukrainian Sustainable Finance Alliance, whose main aim is to promote building of expertise with sustainable finances, both here and online. All the attendees may have asked a question that Timofey Milovanov was asked in the very beginning. Is it a good time to speak about sustainable development? It is high time, because we discuss sustainable development using the wartime optics. Recently it was so lack of human capital was mentioned as a factor. No matter where you go, you'll hear, look, we are waiting for skills for personnel. Yana just mentioned that there is the option of, well, training, nurturing young leaders. It is probably with this idea in mind that the association launched a project. It's Youth Empowerment for Sustainable Development, embracing 3 universities in Kyiv. The project is being implemented with assistance of embassy. We heard a lot from different representatives that the money is around, but just an idea is not enough. It should translate into some clear goals and expectations. With this, we'll invite you to our last coffee break.
Фокус Медіа – це аналітика головних подій, новини в Україні і в усьому світі. З 2006 року і дотепер. Кожна деталь має значення. Читайте, дивіться, слідкуйте. Будьте в фокусі основних подій.
guests, dear audience online. I hope you're with us. I thought you wanted to invite everyone. Yeah, please join us. Yes, everyone's here, and we are going to talk about the interaction with the stakeholders. And it's very difficult to talk about stakeholders when you have no interaction with them. But I will not steal the words from our next panel participants. I started talking a little bit about education, which is one of the most important aspects we can work with in order to solve the problem with the lack of labor force. Human capital is the English term I would like to use. So when sustainable development creates the basis for economic growth, and we saw that from the project of our participants, and DTEC Academy invites you to become part of the transformation process, and we're happy to be able to talk about ESG sustainability and leadership program, because we cannot talk about sustainability development without powerful young leaders, and it provides a possibility for managers to integrate ESG tools into their work. What are we going to talk about? There will be 9 modules, practical component and expert experience, to help you to understand what I have to do with the all information I received here today. So the program starts on November 14th. Please join, become part of change, become change makers in your companies. And I think we have a person here where you can sign up. Tatiana is the contact person. So yeah, Tatiana, okay. Tatiana? Please, yeah, coffee is so good that she's still there. But still, for our online audience, you can contact the Association for Sustainable Development, receive the contact information, and join the program. Sergey, please present our panelists. Panel number 4, the last for today, day 1 of the International Sustainability Forum. The panel will be about disclosure information and involvement of stakeholders. EU integration is the process that offers a lot of opportunities for us, facilitating and contributing to economic growth, economic security and development of competitive economy. But Ukraine will have to comply with the European sustainability, transparency and accountability principles, which unfortunately not a priority for Ukraine as of today. We're not going to present the panel members. This will be done by the moderator, who is very powerful. Vladislav Antipov will be the moderator of panel number 4. Please, the floor is yours. Yeah, I will not give the microphone to you this time. Okay, thanks God. Thank God I received the mic. Good afternoon. My name is Vladislav Antipov. I'm the owner and CEO of the largest consulting company in the industrial environment in Ukraine. I am the head of the chair of the committee of the Industry and Commerce Chamber. Sergey said that it's the last panel for today, and some may ask, Vlad, maybe it's like less important, less relevant. Yeah, I wanted to say last but not least, but my answer would be Rolling Stones never starts a concert. So let's thank all participants of the previous panels that warmed up the audience for our final panel for today. Please, a round of applause for previous panelists. Dear friends, we are going to talk about ESG reporting, and for us to demonstrate the growth of importance of ESG in Ukrainian business, I am going to tell you a little story. Some 10 years ago, when I founded CERN company, I called my friend friend who was the head of the Department of Corporate Finance of a large Ukrainian corporation, and I told him, you see, there is USG that can help you decrease the value of attracting funds. And he told me, I heard about that, but it's something like financial organizations do not pay a lot of attention to ESG because they look at profitability, investment indicators. And I said, okay. After 4 or 5 years, he called me. He was the deputy finance director of that company, and he told me, Vlad, you were saying something about ESG. Can you come and tell me more in detail? Because people ask me and I don't understand everything. I was talking to him and he was nodding. I said, okay, it's so interesting. And then he disappeared. Couple of years later, 2021, before the full-scale invasion, he was finance director of the corporation, and he said, I will send a car with a driver for you. The whole board is here. Our application for a loan, big loan, was rejected because we did not comply with ESG criteria. So we see the growth of the importance and relevance of ESG criteria. And we are going to talk to representatives of businesses and to people who face these criteria in their everyday life. Olga Semkiv, ArcelorMittal, please take your place. ESG Director, Vladislav Varnavsky, Interpipe. Director for Environment and Industrial Security, Mikhailo Rizak Nibolon, Director for GR Sustainable Development, Ksenia Bagri, CEO of Ave Group Consulting Ukraine. Please, a round of applause. And Jeff Altum, Chief Sustainable Officer from DTEC, is with us online. Please, your applause to the participants, and I will take my seat there. So, dear friends, before we begin, I would like to make several points. Timing. I will ask a question. You have up to 10 minutes to answer that. I will let you know when the time is up, because we'll have our banquet after this panel, and if we're late at least a minute, these people will not forgive you. So we are going to look in detail into ESG questions. So some abbreviations that can be mentioned, I will explain them to our participants. What is ESG? Everybody knows what it is. What is ESRS? This is a standard, European Sustainable Reporting Standard, that is used for preparing ESG reports. Taxonomy, European or EU taxonomy, is a hierarchical classification of the types of activities with criteria described in the ESG for specific types of activities. And CSRD, your favorite, Corporate Sustainable Reporting Directive, is a directive that determines the mandatory nature of ESG reporting for European companies. These may seem obvious things, but some participants are really grateful to me for explaining all these abbreviations. So, dear friends, let us begin. And I would like to give floor to Ksenia Bagri, CEO of Ave Group Consulting. Ksenia, my question to you is why companies, Ukrainian companies, but European businesses, why do they have to disclose ESG reports? Why do they need to involve stakeholders? What's the reason? I think we have to start with understanding of the situation the country is in. We are on our way to the European integration, EU accession. So the focus of our attention as a country is towards European Union and other Western countries, and it's very, very clear to everyone, especially clear after the beginning of the war. So I think we should take a wider look at this question and at how our businesses have to operate and which standards they have to meet. If we are talking about non-financial reporting, here we have to realize that EU member states are at a much higher level currently compared to the Ukrainian businesses and the Ukrainian situation in general, because they have the legislative framework unlike Ukraine. But here we have to remember that this is not the reason why we have to wait until we have respective regulations in place, because now this is an ideal time for us to figure out which strategy I would like to pursue, which markets I would like to enter, and which best tools I can use for my reporting in order to implement or fulfill all the possibilities I have. I would like to share one of my observations, and it's just to add to your introduction. Environmental and social standards and would-be partnerships. 1 year exactly after the beginning of the full-scale invasion, we saw this huge increase of interest from various development banks and financial institutions, financial funds that began to come back to the Ukrainian market, and they began to defreeze the suspended projects or explore the opportunities for new projects. So they came to us and asked for social and environmental audit to see the compliance with the Reconstruction and Development Bank standards. So in fact, this was this non-financial audit with mandatory format of reporting, because if the company fails to provide it to the investor will refuse to continue. So this is a quite strict standard which focuses on the ESG risks discovered or detected in the process of the audit, because the companies are free to choose the reporting tools for them, but not in the ESG sphere, so they can focus on the previous goals. So important to note here is that it happened 1 year after the beginning of the full-scale war, and now we see a geometric progression of such requests, and after the victory we expect a flood of those requests and for reports. So now is, as I said, ideal time for those businesses who have not started those processes as yet. So it's time for you to see who your key stakeholders are and what are your strategies and how you can invest into the sustainable development goals and ESG criteria in your activities, and that will make your life easier when you start communication with your key partners, because this will be your competitive advantage compared to other companies, and this will give you a possibility to see, once you analyze everything, you will be able to see the best way forward for you, because non-financial reports, it's in any format, mandatory if you have partnership with international organizations, or non-mandatory if you see the interest from your stakeholders for disclosure of such information, that will come to many companies. Large companies already face this challenge, and later on medium and small businesses will also have to pay attention to this aspect when they want to enter new markets.
Нам потрібно вже щось міняти, якось зібрати всю цю інформацію, поставити відповідальну людину, яка буде це все робити і описувати в звіті. І далі вже прямувати до того розширення свого, яке дійсно може дати це розкриття інформації. І тут ще раз хочу наголосити на тому, що є зараз багато міжнародних ресурсів, якими можна користуватись. В Україні, на жаль, у нас не так багато зараз і кваліфікованих компаній, і експертів, які можуть навчити, як правильно робити і звітувати компанії, але все одно вони з'являються, тому що попит є. І плюс ще є багато міжнародних ресурсів, де також можна почитати, зрозуміти, піти повчитися. І вже зараз, наприклад, якщо вам там, або топ-менеджмент приймає рішення, що компанія має рухатись в цьому напряму, ви йдете вчитись, ви потім формуєте проєктну команду по цій звітності або по екологічно-соціальній відповідальності, і вам вже зараз буде легше, коли ви будете грати на випередження. Тому, якщо в комплексі, підсумовуючи це питання, це насамперед має бути визначено як ваша стратегічна і конкурентна перевага. Тобто не фінансова звітність, вона все одно буде. Корпоративні, соціально-екологічні стандарти, або якщо загалом це все назвати ESG, вони все одно прийдуть до багатьох, якщо ви хочете розвиватись, або виходити на нові ринки, або стати більш прозорими, здобути нові партнерства. Це просто неминучий шлях. І чим раніше ви це зрозумієте і розформуєте все для себе по полочкам, тим легше вам буде потім просто далі. Так, це все.
Дякую, Ксенія. Дуже слушна думка. Дійсно, починати потрібно вже сьогодні. Тому що в нас от в українського бізнесу, мабуть, будь-якого бізнесу є така черта, от треба дочекатися до останнього моменту і тоді щось розпочинати. Так от сьогодні у всіх є можливість розпочати свій шлях в ESG заздалегідь. І дякую, Ксенія, мені особливо, як власнику консалтингової компанії, дуже сподобалась та частина, де ти казала про бум на попиту на консалтингові послуги. Це дуже класно. Окей, друзі, рухаємося далі. We have Jeff O.
Jeff, can you hear us? Are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. And my question to you. You represent here a big energy company, DTEC, and as a big global company, DTEC has its own global business strategy. And my question is, how do the ESG goals correspond to the overall goals of DTEC's business strategy?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And also, I think just it's great to be speaking with everyone today. I'm sorry that I can't be there in person. I'm actually coming to Kyiv in 2 weeks, but unfortunately I couldn't be present today. ESG is essential and foundational to DTEC's strategy. We, as all of you will know, are Ukraine's largest private energy company. Our history and legacy is in coal and mining. But the future of energy is renewable, and we see that not only to support the climate goals for DTEC and Ukraine and the world more widely, but also to deliver more secure energy supplies. And as our company is trying to keep the lights on by repairing the assets destroyed by the Russians in the war, we are also then looking at investing in the future and building more renewable assets. They are more secure. It's more difficult to destroy a wind farm than it is a thermal power plant. So we see renewables as the future for more secure and more climate friendly. And that as a business strategy within Ukraine, and also as we start to support a broader European transition to renewable energy, that requires financing. And that's where the criticality of ESG supporting the business strategy is on helping to improve the access to finance. Western lenders, they are looking to all companies to comply with the regulations that are being defined by the European Union. And so helping the business be able to understand, implement, and comply with those standards really makes sustainability essential to achieving the business strategy. I think one of the things that I often think about when I hear the regulations use the word reporting. So CSRD, the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, it uses that term reporting, but reporting is just a vehicle that regulators are using to drive change in how businesses act. ultimately, we need to be thinking about how does social, ethical, and environmental management, how is that integrated into our business strategy and our operations? That is what the regulations are trying to drive. Reporting is just how they're enabling the market to be able to hold those companies to account and also to compare the companies against each other in order to inform where they should be investing capital to drive the green agenda. And so when we think about the reporting regulations from that perspective, it becomes essential for ESG to supporting the broader business strategy because it is about making that strategy more future-proofed and also then supporting the functional and operational teams for being able to comply with those.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. I have an additional question for you. You are have global experience in ESG implementation around the world, and could you give your vision? Where are Ukraine as a country or Ukrainian companies on the ESG way compare with, for example, European companies? So where we are?
I think my observation is that Ukrainian companies are at an earlier stage of maturity. I think that's to be expected because the regulations in Ukraine haven't gone to the same level of requirements as the European Union has. I also think that that's no different for companies in other parts of the world, whether or not that's the Middle East, Latin America, or in Asia Pacific. You know, the European Union has defined these regulations and these requirements more aggressively and more broadly than other regulators, including the SEC in the US, including some of the regulators in Singapore and also in the United Kingdom. So I think that while Ukrainian companies are earlier in the stages, that's not unique to them. I think there's a really great opportunity for Ukrainian companies to almost kind of leapfrog where others are because of the close political ties that are driving Ukraine towards a closer integration with Europe. So there's a really interesting kind of need and demand for Ukrainian companies to mature more quickly, but also a huge opportunity for them to do so in order to, say, gain access to Western finance, to help grow their businesses and drive that kind of rebuilding Ukraine more greenly.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Thank you for your contribution. We are going forward, but I will come back to you with additional, more specific questions. Thank you very much. Друзі, рухаємося далі.
So we are moving forward, and Mikhail Rizak from Nibulon. Mikhail, could you share how Nibulon is doing about ESG criteria? And then please don't forget to point to some specific projects or activities. Thanks a bunch. We are probably one of those few businesses that played for time, waiting before the government would make us implement. We started investing in river transportation. 26 million tons moved from rail to water. You may imagine 1.4 million trucks didn't have to emit CO2 moving along Ukrainian highways to deliver. Now, Shark Matthews, U.S. company, our case dates back to 2014. At that time, we changed our burners, reducing amount of gas we consumed for drying, and this in turn reduced CO2 emission. In 2022, we as a company saw that we had 5,000 hectares in the occupied territories of Mykolaiv region, and we started negotiations to expedite demining. Of course, the cost was high and the pace too long, so as a socially responsible business we undertook demining, got certified personnel and managed to release 5,000 hectares of it was our Snihurivka branch. We're continuing demining. Currently 100% of demining costs are reimbursed to the farmers, and this certainly speeds up release. IFC, EBRD helped us along. They helped us show that farmers could not just afford this 20%. Now, precise agriculture, that is also something to reduce emission. We are a business that can show through practical cases. You need to wait before the government makes you act in order to conserve land and air. Thank you, Mikhail. Thank you. Now, that additional question for you. Do you think that the government can take some steps now so that Ukrainian businesses could achieve ESG goals easier, or probably make their movement more efficient? Like everywhere, it's about partnership, permitting, safety. It's also about partnership. There's virgin land to raise where the government could intervene helpfully, say the Danube ports. All of them helped Ukraine when its deep water ports were blocked. Now we're working with the government to build external mooring, so to speak, or reloading. If we succeed, we will basically able to copy-paste the model we once tried successfully in the vicinity of Mykolaiv. It then promoted the safety of grain exports, and the same will happen in the estuary of the Danube. Ukraine will be able to use Panamaxes no matter whether other deep water ports in Ukraine can process them, can handle them. Now, speaking further of demining, again, we're working with the government in order to facilitate streamline certification of humanitarian deminers, as well as to introduce drones or AI in demining activities. When we ourselves were seeking certification of demining, UAVs were not even in sight. Now drones are integrated in surveying, and the technology helps better identify mine risks that then helps preserve the life and health of our personnel.
Virtually everywhere we look, we see a dialogue and private-public partnerships, as well as to the infrastructure. We are talking about automation and use of automatic unmanned vessels and vehicles. So we are talking about ensuring sustainability and predictability, as well as minimum impact on environment as a result of economic activities of human beings. Thank you, Mihailo. Really, this is a very interesting question. So it's private-public partnerships, because without interaction between the state and business and civil society, without that we will not be able to move anywhere. We have to synchronize our effort. We as citizens of Ukraine, myself as an ordinary Ukrainian citizen, we can move somewhere with efficiency. Let's move on. Vladislav Arnatsky, Director for Environment and Industrial Security of Interpipe System. We need the clicker. He does not need two mics. Vladislav is a very smart person. He has so many good ideas that he needs two microphones. Vlad, my question for you is, have you ever compared, because in this panel we are trying to look deeper, in more detail. So continuing the question I asked to Jeff, concerning comparison between Ukrainian and European companies on the way to ESGs. Have you ever compared Dniprostal, which is the most modern metallurgical production in Ukraine? Have you ever compared yourself to similar enterprises in Europe or worldwide? Can you give us a very specific case, a very specific approach to achieving the global standards? Well, we are doing that on an ongoing basis, dear colleagues. Our clients and other stakeholders do that for us, because they assess us and they compare us to other companies and other enterprises, not because it's our desire, but it's the situation in the market. I will tell you in more detail. I'll give you an interesting example. We'll start with theory. Here you see a very clear slide, very understandable, demonstrating the ESG universe. It's just a small part of what exists in this sphere now. Dixie Group carried out research showing more than 200 various standards and regulations concerning reporting in this sphere, just to give you an idea what we have to live with. I'm not trying to intimidate you, but the majority of companies worldwide, working globally, they have to apply these standards on these financial institutions, their customers. They all ask those questions about your activities. At any moment, you can receive a request like about CDP. Which CDP level do you have? And you are like, oh, CDP, let me have a look. And then, and you go and Google what it is, and then you spend months or a year to prepare some kind of report or declaration. Okay, for us not to waste too much time, I will focus on one case only. We're talking about environmental product declaration, EPD, which is a tool that emerged recently in the construction sphere in the United Kingdom, and then it spread to other countries. So it's a voluntary declaration prepared by a company about a specific product, and the product is assessed from all sides along the whole life cycle. So that's assessment of the product life cycle assessment, including greenhouse gas emissions, use of water, and everything that can be assessed. However, there are specific standards. It's not like a consultant comes and assesses everything that you have. There are certain categories of products and certain requirements concerning their assessment, calculation. There are specific models, IT tools, and so on. Then we are talking about verification. It's not something that I calculate or declare, but there is an independent verifier who checks all the sources of information and all the calculations to assess whether it's reliable or not. And then we receive a nice booklet as a result, which is posted on the website with open access. So everybody can see your indicators. So if a customer wants to choose some product, he goes to this website and chooses. This is not something we do just because, but there are some details. As to this steel production, let us look at the emissions in steel production. Yes, the emissions of a company. We're not talking about emissions from electricity, transport, raw materials, and so on. So just scope 1. Left to right, you can see open hearth furnaces, 2,500. Then classical blast oxygen furnace, approximately 2,000, can be better. Then we have European Iron and Steel Works, 700 to 1,300, and better results in line with the EU expectation and Green Deal. So 55% and 0 till 2050. So it's 70 to 330 kilogram per ton of steel, and one of the best, electric arc furnace that emits 150 to 250 kilograms per ton of steel. I would like to ask you to remember two extreme figures. Interpipe, we will show our figures. So we have open hearth furnace and electric arc furnace. You see the difference between these two figures. And now let us look at countries. I'm not talking about specific companies. So they have environmental product declarations, and they provided us with the results of their calculations. We're talking about seamless pipes that we produced. All these figures are in open access, and you can check the standing of each individual company. If you look at this table, bottom to the top, these are entire emissions, scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. So this is the totality of emissions in a seamless pipes production. So when the pipe is used and then reused, that emission is calculated. So you see, yes, open hearth furnace 1,500. So it's electric arc furnace. So it's a chain. You include suppliers and so on. So third line from the top demonstrates open hearth furnace and blast oxygen furnace. You see a different figure here, yes? Slightly different. This is an official document that was verified and posted on the website. So when a client compares figures in this table and says, okay, this cool production, yes, very modern one, yes, some you can see on the top a Spanish producer who declared that in 2025 they will have 40 kilogram of emission per ton. Talking about our company, you can see this open hearth furnace production, which we terminated in 2012. And on the right, we have electric arc furnaces that we use in Dnipro now. So we changed the type of production and we decreased emissions tenfold. That cost us $1 billion at that time, and we used loan funds for a specific period of time with very strict requirements, and that transition happened back in 2012, but in red, you can see our result compared to others. So there is still room for improvement, but in my opinion, it is a good result. What should we do? Yeah, because our panel is how to involve stakeholders. So these are our achievements. Yeah, decreased emissions and so on. But everything depends on others as well. Not our business partners are involved, but suppliers. We have to find suppliers who would provide raw materials with minimum or at best, ideally, zero greenhouse gas emissions. Then we have to find electricity supplier with zero emission level in Ukraine. And you know what happens in the energy sector and how much is left of green energy. So 2 to 5% according to various estimations. We have nuclear power as well, but we're not talking about it now. What about imported electricity? We have to buy 80% of electricity, and until today we have no breakdown whether it's green energy or non-green energy. It's gray for us, and so on and so forth. So we are talking about the situation when we involve everyone we can. It's like a sect. You want to improve your indicators, you have to bring everybody on board. So what do we have to do? All these declarations, ratings, documents, this is our obligation, and we comply with it. But without that interaction, without involvement of stakeholders, it's impossible. And that's why our slogan is stronger together. That's our way to victory. Thank you, Vladislav. If I understand you correctly, from that table, Spain, Slovakia, and Czech Republic. Okay, that's for Ukrainian audience. There is a request not to interpret that. But do you agree that they are not quite fair with us? Yeah, it's not about decarbonization, but it's more about integrity. So Dniprostal, honestly, is one of the most modern factories worldwide. Maybe you do not have the best emission indicators, but it's a good result for you. So if someone has 10-fold lower indicator, then we should ask questions why. It's not a Photoshop. You can see the real pictures of the factory that we have in Dnipro. I hope we will preserve that situation because we now have the best state-of-art technology that remains such. Okay, thank you very much, Vladislav, and let us move on. Olga, I have a question to you.
Sweets come at the end. Olga Semkiv, ArcelorMittal, Kryvyi Rih. I've known her for ages, and let me tell you, she is one of the best qualified in CSRD, ESG in Ukraine. So, being an international company, look, on one hand, internationals look at Ukrainian assets, but Ukrainian assets try to integrate with European standards. CSRD comes to the forefront. So, as Kryvyi formerly, now state-of-the-art Arcelor, how do you do it? Hello, first of all, I would like to say thank you to the conveners who succeed in bringing together a good deal of professional speakers and interested audience to discuss sustainable development. I hope that tomorrow is gonna be as productive as this day has been. CSRD, ArcelorMittal, Kryvyi Rih is part of the process. because we are part of a group registered in EU, and according to the CSRD, to the Sustainable Development Reporting Directive, we are obligated to implement all ESG disclosure requirements, especially to the extent that there are risks related to RIND-S, and the road to disclosure has been fairly winding. In the past 18 months, we often questioned our ability to disclose whether the Ukrainian asset will be at par with the rest of the group. The prevailing conditions are not conducive in the least to normal operation in terms of resources available, in terms of expert capacity. Overall, we are operational only 50% of the time, and we thought that all the circumstances might lead to a failure in terms of ESG reporting, but we managed. We pulled ourselves together, our colleagues from different departments, HR, other staff working with the communities helped us, and we are pretty much ready to do reporting. Early November we will undergo our first CSRD audit. It was quite surprising to see us on the list of those subject to audit, alongside those who are much more comfortable in Canada and US or Brazil. Unfortunately, we could not convince the auditors. We are a big enterprise, 16,000 personnel, 20% including subcontractors. We understand our impact on the environment, on the city, on the communities around, so it is easy to understand why this decision was made. But this coming November we are to have a very interesting experience in our lives. I hope I'll be able to share. That said, 2 or 3 years from now, ours is not gonna be Ukraine's unique experience. Ukraine will have on its way to integrating with the EU to implement CSRD. Other Ukrainian companies that are exempted, so to speak, will still be subject. Last Friday, the Ministry of Finance of Ukraine adopted the strategy to support implementation of CSRD with a very challenging timeline. So in 5 years from now we will likely all see the flavor of the directive and have learned how to disclose information almost online, you know. On this note, let me say that CSRD is not that univocal even in EU. So it'd be great if the Ministry of Finance could go in consultation with the key stakeholders before adopting their strategy, because there are some member states that are yet to transpose this directive in their domestic legislation. Well, yes, the majority have, but with some reservations with regard to the scope, with regard to some more lenient conditions on the reporting entities. Luxembourg, where we are registered, is yet to transpose CSRD in its legislation. For 18 months, working across jurisdictions. We have been working alongside other members of the group, but are yet to understand how this directive should be transposed in the domestic legislation. We'll see what Ukraine is gonna do about it. If you look at the strategy, you will only see some, well, superficial, if not superfluous, approach. Probably the regulator will make its position more detailed for everyone to understand, you know, to amend accounting standards by law is not the way to support implementation of the directive. Even now we can identify a number of issues with reporting regarding environment protection, HR, labor safety. I'm not, well, corporate governance, the situation isn't as, so to speak, tragic. However, there are some issues pending, such as lobbying activities. Also, let me mention that SRD is not the only abbreviation. There's CSDD, there's taxonomy. It's great to have an acronym, because otherwise you'll never be able to pronounce the full title. So these two regulations and the directive will have to be implemented by companies in association with the disclosures. If you are amongst those who CSRD extends to, you'll have to also look at the human rights due diligence directive. Vlad mentioned it, because both pieces of legislation will be mandatory for the companies. According to Ministry of Economy's Green Transformation Office, CSRD, even before it is fully implemented in Ukraine, will extend to around 1,000 Ukrainian companies. What happens afterwards? Well, the number will probably double or triple. If you are a company with over 100 personnel, if you are in active trade with the European Union, you will have to comply and disclose. With this, I'll probably stop and ask for any questions. Thank you, Olga. We have just learned all those abbreviations. Now Olga recalls that there are some others for us to muster. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our panelists are practitioners, people who are in a position to deal with both specific and general questions, to predict the future, so don't waste the chance. Olga's bills 500 euros an hour of consultation. Now it's free. Hi, Yulia Holovchuk is my name. Detect Nafta has a question for every panelist, if they care. We know that Scope 3 estimates are the most difficult part of the directive's implementation. Vladislav, for instance, disclosed some of the figures regarding these indicators. So, would you care sharing your experience of making those estimates, the sources you used to this end? We don't have proxy data available to Ukrainians as there exist in Europe, so thank you, Julia. A very probing question. I'll probably take a moment to explain what Scope 3 is. To estimate CO2 emissions, they use Scope 1, direct emission from facilities. Scope 3 is Scope 1 plus emissions from generating facilities, and Scope 3 is the totality of emission inclusive of all raw material consumed by the plant in question. Thank you for the question. It's not just raw material, it's 15 categories including raw material, transportation, leased premises, all business trips, delivery to clients, processing of your product by your clients. So you will now add emission you incurred in coming here. Reducing emission from transportation, yeah, I haven't done it yet because I was using electric means of transportation, but I'm not sure which kind of energy it used to move us around. Now, despite various standards, there's always be some sort of leeway for creativity. For instance, you can use weight, metric tons, you know. You multiply it by a factor and get emission, or you use cost of raw material. There are coefficients to apply in order to get emissions in tons.
So we're talking about coefficients, about the multipliers, and for us more effort is necessary not to determine the formula or to find out the data for your company, but this which rate you have to use. There's a whole business earning money by selling those reliable rates, because you have to verify everything, and then the verifier will check whether you counted in tons or in dollars and which rate you used. Sometimes I used interesting sources in my activities, such as research papers of some Chinese students, because if you look for some specific raw material, sometimes you do not find a single answer, and the range can be from 10 to 1000, and you decide for yourself which rate you are going to use, and then you have to prove. If there is no official source, then it will be difficult. So the table with different figures has that picture depending on the research papers of Chinese students that you used. No, it's a little bit different. It's an environmental project declaration that uses very restricted, limited number of formulas. So it simplifies your life. But again, depending on the subcontractor or the consultant you use. Yes, you have to choose the right consultant to receive the right figure. Okay. Any other questions to our speakers? Yes, please. Yes, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Tatiana from ProCredit Bank. We also have to decarbonize our loan portfolio. And my question to the speaker is, which maths you use to calculate your emissions and your activities? How many people did you involve? How much time did you spend on that exercise for us to be able to give that answer to our clients, to our customers? Olga? This is a difficult question because in large companies, they have subcontractors who are involved to calculate all these figures. Just talking about people, we have a corporate team that is responsible for providing methodological support. This is a quite big team because we have more than 400 enterprises worldwide, but they only provide methodological support. What Vlad was talking about, yeah, we try to find the multipliers, develop methodology, and then we forward that information to the enterprise, to the company. And we have a structural unit in the company consisting of 4 people dealing with this type of assessment. And in Ukraine, we have a huge problem with human capital. Now we have only 1 person and 2 subcontractors who have their own large teams. And we have the manager, the head of department who supports that activity. And we involve people from other departments and units as well, because this primary data is not in the environmental department. So this data has to be collected from the entire company, and we have a quality department or workshops or accounting. So this is the whole process that involves a lot of people, and I cannot give you a just clear answer about how many people you need. You have to look at the sector, you have to look at its output capacity, and it's the level of its integration into the national methodologies, whether it's large enterprise or the company belongs to some specific industry, and that will give you an answer about how many people you need for decarbonization exercise. You mentioned contractors. Yes, qualified honest contractors. On behalf of these contractors, I can add a couple of words. The main problem there is to establish the system, and then the rest is easier. Developing the monitoring plan, where, how often, how to collect, how to calculate. This is the major challenge, and that happened in Europe as well. When this system was being created, it was more difficult. In Ukraine, we're at the stage of establishment of the system. It's difficult. We need to create cross-functional teams, up to 10 individuals per company. And for this first-time procedure takes a year, not less, yeah. Because there is verification, there is data checks, getting approval from the Ministry of Environment, and so on. Olga and Mikhaila. Yes, I was talking only about the assessment, but if we are talking about decarbonization as the phenomenon, we are talking about a small part of it, because decarbonization means the whole business model of the enterprise. So we cannot assign 2 individuals for decarbonization exercise, because that process involves the whole top management level. Someone is involved, someone makes all the decisions, and then all the staff members under top management. So decarbonization is a horizontal process involving everyone, because that means transformation of the whole thinking paradigm in the company. Yes, we are the company that does this on our own, and we do not have the sustainable development department responsible for preparing the type of reporting. So we have cross-functional teams. That's teams that prepare the reports. Of course, we involve verifiers verification officers, which is a normal process. And at the same time, I would like to emphasize that this was the most difficult year. In 2021, there was a delay because people were stressed during the first 2 years of war. This central secretariat in Mykolaiv region, the owner was killed as a result of the missile attack from the Russian Federation. And now we had to prepare all the data for 2021, 22, and 23. So we prepared all the reports and submitted them. I think that you should advise your clients that it can be done internally, in-house, but again, you have to involve people at the initial stage that will set the whole process going. Thank you, Mikhailo. And the final question for this panel. Alexandra Humena, head of the International Sustainability Academy under the Association of Sustainable Development Experts. My question is about communication. So, being the practitioners in your companies, which biggest challenges related to communication with stakeholders, sustainable communication, do you face in your activities? Ksenia, can you answer as an expert responsible for stakeholder involvement? We know that sometimes it's difficult to involve them. Can you share your opinion about that? I think the biggest challenge is a lack of understanding of the information needs of your stakeholders. We have to know our stakeholders, the groups of stakeholders, and the interests of each and every group of stakeholders, and then we have to develop our communication strategy, because there should be a separate strategy for each stakeholder for providing information, how often it should occur. So in the very beginning, we analyze who our stakeholders are, then we develop our communication strategy, we meet with them, we identify their information needs, and in this format, if we are talking about non-financial reporting, very often we recall our stakeholders only when we have to develop our matrix or understand what stakeholders want from us. This is usually done within the framework of preparation of reporting, but in fact we have to communicate with our stakeholders on a regular basis in order to avoid misunderstandings and risks. And we have a lot of examples when this lack of understanding by stakeholders of the company's activities, we end up with problems. So we need that understanding and we need ongoing discussion with them. Thank you. And I think we are done with questions. Okay, one more question. People spend money on tickets, so we have to give them something useful in the end of day one. So, Jeff, are you still with us? Tak.
With the last but not least question, could you briefly give us top 3 your advices how to start ESG reporting, CSRD reporting? So what Ukrainian company should do today to start? 3 advices, please.
3 advisors. Get your CEO and the leadership team involved. So you need tone from the top. So it is about educating them about why it's important and what it means. I think the second is education and education and education. So it's about raising awareness within the business about why this is important and, again, what this will mean for particular business teams. And then the third is set up project groups or whatever project structure is used by your business, but involve business and functional leaders from across all of the central functions and the businesses, because addressing these regulations is beyond a ESG team or a sustainability team. This is about getting the business managers to broaden the scope of their responsibilities. So you need to get them involved at the very beginning.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Ну, будемо завершувати потихеньку.
Okay, we are coming closer to the end of our day one, our panel, and in the end, I would like to say and quote what Mr. Milovanov said today. Yes, it's a very relevant question, how timely it is to speak about ESG and sustainable development here, sitting in a hotel in the middle of the war. And my answer would be ESG is a strategic topic. And countries without their own strategy serve as a resource base for those countries who have those strategies. If we would like to have our subjectivity, if we would like to be actors and not resources, we have to use strategic thinking, and ESG is a mandatory component of strategic thinking mindset. Thank you very much, all the participants. Thank you, all the audience, and a round of applause to Olga Semkiv, Ksenia Bagriv, Vladislav Varnavsky, Mikhailo Rizak, and Jeff, and your favorite moderator, Vladislav Antipov. Bravo.
Vladislav ледь з мікрофоном не пішов. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Vladislav took the mic with him. I thought that Vladislav would organize a lottery, tickets to the Netherlands, because they too will be in the Netherlands tomorrow, but that did not happen. Maybe tickets for the next forum will become the subject of our lottery, yes, because it's already a good tradition. Every year more and more partners join our practice for sustainable development for yes, a lot of partners join us. And closing this day one, I would like to ask you, Sergey, what's your takeout from this forum? Wonderful moderation by Vladislav. The last panel was extremely powerful, practice-oriented, and this final message was very relevant. Yeah, and a good conclusion of day one. So if we would like to be actors, if we would like to become the front runners, as one of the speakers called it, to become front runners in the EU in the sustainability sphere, we have to adjust our mindset. We have to be educated. We have to integrate this knowledge and education in our business activities. And with such positive thinking, we will be able to build a successful country. So I would like to ask several participants, what are your takeouts from today's forum? I don't have an answer. I need time to digest everything, but I understand that a lot of people are already thinking how it should be done. Some people have experience already, and I think that today together we will be able to overcome those challenges. Yes, sustainable development is not only a challenge but also a possibility.
Well, with an inspiration to develop new training programs dedicated to sustainability, I was happy to hear about so many businesses that claim have already started implementing ESG. My bank is all the more happy because it will help us grow our loan portfolio. You want to say something? Maniveo, key takeaway, at least for myself and my company. Is it time to it is time. ESG unquestionably is a must-have nothing will come out of reluctance to implement ESG. You remember the general directive on personal data? But after the World Bank explained things to us, we understood how vital it is. So I am taking home the understanding of what we need to do in order to adapt ourselves to the new requirements. We would like to comply with the requirements. How we do that? Okay, we'll be in touch, working on it. Thank you. Of course, no answer is lying waiting for you, but you have been heard. Practitioners who know what to do will probably not say no. It's learning by doing, very much Ukrainian. We first do something and then use lessons learned, and it's great that we have people who've learned their lessons today. Now it is time to appreciate those who helped make this forum happen. ESG Globe Consulting, Ukrainian Embassy to the Netherlands and the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine, UNDP, UNIDO, IFC, DTAC, MHP, No. GIZ, and a long list of information partners who learned about EBA, Commerce and Trade, Ukrainian, Dutch,
ING Банк України, аналітичний центр.
ING Bank Ukraine, Dixie Group, Global Pact, UN Global Pact, Nibulon, Agripolitical Dialogue, Joseph and Explore, Primavera, ArcelorMittal, Kryvyi Rih, and Ukrainian Foundation, Rotary Society, Ukraine Invest.
В компанії VN Strategies, всеукраїнська мережа доброчесності і compliance UN.
Ukrainian Integrity Network, Egmont, Sustainable Finance Daily. Oh, there's another page coming. It's about time to adjourn for coffee. The European correspondent, Together for Ukraine, focus, and of course all of you who made this day so important for the sustainable development of Ukraine. Thank you very much, Serhiy Porovsky and Kristina Belyakovska. We'll be seeing each other.